You're so right, Livy. I like that Charlie didn't point that out, but Livy was like, I can't hear. Let me try that again. Tori's here.
Wait, no, hang on. Oh, we gotta do it again.
Oh, okay. All right, everybody reset. Back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. Okay, hi everybody. Definitely was not muted. I've never been muted before in my life. I only have the audio on TikTok. Oh, I see. Well, we were muted on Twitch, so God. Tori, congratulations on being first. Here is your cookie. And Charlie, congratulations on being second. Here is your half cookie, even though I know you heard that because you're on TikTok. And thank you for paying your daily loan, which I already said, and thank you for being on a 255 stream streak. Livy, hi. Thank you for paying.
Hi, Liv. I love you.
Your daily loan. You're at 2,100 bells on your loan. Sorry that you couldn't hear us, but hopefully you can hear us now. I assume you guys could still hear Charlie's I am here, though, so at least Charlie was here. Didn't want double audio. No, that's fair. I just wasn't sure if you had the Twitch audio on or the TikTok audio on. Could have gone either way. But yeah, I'm live both places, so I guess if you have TikTok, follow me over there. Wow. I don't know how TikTok works, but I have a gift goal set up over there now, so I guess if you give me gifts, then cool things happen. I don't know. I haven't actually done any research into TikTok in the last day. My hair is green, greener than it was previously, and it's also poofing up, which is silly. So
I like how green it is.
Is that a How to Train Your Dragon plush in the background? You know, it's funny that you say that because we have a Toothless, but it is not back there. Like, I have a Toothless plushie. I mean, Charlie does. So, like, to answer your question, no, but also yes. Because I have a Toothless plushie, but it's not behind me.
Liv's just in the walls.
I just don't even know which one you mean. I can't even tell. I thought I saw one. I mean, there is one. It's just not back there. So I don't know how you manifested that existing, but sure.
It's because you're in the walls.
Yeah, Livy's in the walls for sure. I definitely need to cut like this piece of hair. It's longer than all the other ones. That's so silly. Okay. I'm just going to tuck it behind my ear because it's bothering me. There we go. Okay. I don't know why I'm looking at the TikTok camera as if that is going to be the one that lets me fix my hair. Okay. Anyway, how's everybody's Thursday? Obviously, Tori is here now. We went to pick her up from the airport, and now she's in our house.
That's true.
How would you rate your experience in our house so far?
Oh, so far?
Mm-hmm.
Counting, like, the other times that I've been here?
No, just this time.
Just this time? Solid 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Wow. Can't believe this. Where are those other 2 points going?
Well, I gotta leave some room for improvement. Because I'm excited for whatever the fuck you guys have planned.
It sure is Thursday, and Tori is in our house. I feel like telling her that we had anything planned was a bad idea, because now she's, like, expecting some, like, grandiose thing, and I'm like, we're just taking you to the cheese factory or something.
Cheese factory? Not Cheesecake Factory.
No, Cheesecake Factory would be too fancy for where we're taking you.
Listen, I thought it would be fine with, like, Chuck E. Cheese.
We're just taking her to, like, an empty grass field. And she's, like, expecting us to take her to, like, the Louvre.
No, I'm not... Okay, I feel like I keep not expecting things, and then you say stuff like, oh, if you don't want it to be a big deal, then you're gonna hate what we have planned for you then.
That's because she was like, I feel like you guys just shouldn't be doing anything for my birthday. And I was like, girl.
I'm happy just being here.
In this economy, they're spoiling you. Exactly.
It's so true. That's so true. Just being able to, like, be in this house is all I need. Gift enough.
But that's the thing, though. It's like, I'm very nervous about, like, throwing her a birthday because, like, I haven't really done that for anybody before. So, like, her previous experiences were like lackluster.
Extreme.
Right. And so like I feel like I have all of this to like live up to do better than, and I feel like I am also just going to spit out a lackluster celebration.
Well, okay, so for reference, I'm the type of insane idiot that likes it when restaurants sing to you for your birthday.
And I hate that.
You know, I know every normal person hates that because why do they do that?
Yeah.
But I personally, I like it. And so I like making a big deal of my birthday, but I feel like whenever I make the effort to make a big deal of my birthday, nobody has fun. So putting it in your guys' hands, you guys kind of have to pick stuff that you guys also would like.
I mean,
I'm here.
We're not picking stuff that we like, we're picking stuff that you like.
Well, don't tell me that.
I mean, I'm not saying that we won't like it, but I mean, like, you sent us a list of things that we were supposed to do.
Supposed to.
You sent us a list.
I sent you a list of ideas.
Yeah, and then when
said,
we...
what do you want to do for your birthday?
Yeah, and then when we, like, expressed possibly not doing one of the things on the list, you sent frowny face emojis.
I don't remember that.
Tori's favorite thing to do is send, like, passive-aggressive frowny face emojis.
They're not passive-aggressive.
They absolutely are.
No, they're not.
They absolutely are.
They're just passive. They're not supposed to be aggressive.
That's what passive-aggressive means. It's not aggressive, you're being passive-aggressive.
Don't do this.
Tori, what the hell did you do to your hair? Her hair is the same that it's always been.
Right.
She's trying to guilt trip y'all. Exactly.
Wait, please.
You get it. If we're like, oh, we might not do that, she goes, frowny face. And we're like, okay, all right, we'll do it.
No, I like... Okay, this happens to me too often. I need to rethink how I respond to things and to people. Because, like, so it used to happen a lot where, like, if someone said that they wanted to leave a call with me, I would be like, "Aw, okay." And apparently me going, "Aw," instead of me conveying that, like, I enjoyed spending time with them, they take that as, I don't want them to leave ever, and so they would stay out of guilt. And I feel like I do that with a lot of things that I respond to now.
I mean, there are definitely times where I'm, like, unclear of if, like, me making a decision is going to upset you and being like, should I do this or should I not do this? So I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that checks out. 99% smelly. Alex, you fucking reek, dude.
Also, best friend Tori, is she in the room?
Yeah, you and Alex are best friends, remember?
Best friend.
We've been over this.
No.
You're Alex's best friend.
Nope.
We've been over this.
Nope.
Alex doesn't have to be your best friend, but you're still Alex's best friend.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be mutual. We know that your best friend is a girl who fucking hates you, so... What the fuck? Tori and I have the same autism where we're like really attached to the best friend title, which is why Tori and I, despite how close we are, can never be best friends, because my best friend is a girl who lives in California that I never speak to, and her best friend is a girl who hasn't spoken to her in years.
I didn't need to catch that stray.
I'm so sorry.
I liked the, like, slurp of the Gatorade.
Sky said that was so out of pocket. TBH felt that. It's like, she was my best friend, and therefore she is my best friend. I'm also attached to that title. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Something about neurodivergence and FPs and... Who's to say? It's okay.
I'm giving you a hug because anything that we're gonna do for my birthday, I'm like awkwardly grabbing your tit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you kind of touched my boob there. You caught me so off guard when you said that to Tori. Yeah, you know, you gotta dunk on your friends sometimes.
Do you?
I dunk on my friends out of love. Okay, Charlie can attest. I am super mean to people if I love them. The meaner I am, I either it's like a sliding scale. If I'm really, 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 really mean to you, I fucking hate you. And then right below that is I'm really mean to you, but out of love. And that's where I am with Tori and Charlie. I say out of pocket stuff to Charlie all the time.
It's just so confusing having the last time that I had like a friendship like this, like it going super south.
That's every one of your relationships before me.
What the fuck?
She'll do this where she'll be like, well, I don't know, last time somebody said this to me, like they broke up with me. And I'm like, okay, I can't break up with you. We're not dating. Like, problem solved. If you can't bully your friends, are you really friends? Exactly. You get me, Livy.
Livy's the best.
Yeah. Anyway, today we're going to be looking for Amaura.
It's okay, you hate me.
I just explained the level of meanness that I am versus the level of closeness. My level of meanness, our level of closeness. Were you able to download the DLC yet? I didn't buy the DLC.
Tori has a little trauma. She can't help it. Livy doesn't even know about my trauma, and she knows it exists.
Tori had like an hour to talk about her trauma earlier today.
It's so true.
And she opted not to, for the most part.
For the most part.
Download it. I, again, have not bought it, and thus I cannot download it. I have to wait until I receive the DLC in order to download it. And once I do, then I will download it.
No, but just download it.
I literally can't.
No, but just do it.
It is not in my possession.
All right, but do it anyway.
Although I, bro, same, like, the time that I will, yeah. It's gonna be a Christmas present. Oh my god, Elise! Speaking of best friends, hi, Elise. Charlie, say hi to Elise. Elise is like...
to say hi to Elise.
You can say hi to Elise, you don't know her.
I know, but I'm standing right here.
Okay, Elise, this is Tori.
Hi. I'm Tori. I'm in their house.
This is true, you are in our house.
Hey, remember how many times I said you're in my house when you guys were in my house?
She was so freaked out that we were in her house. I had to write it on her whiteboard so that she'd know.
It's still there.
Yeah. But Elise is one of my besties from high school. Hi, Elise.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. I'm from the high school era, but not high school.
Well, I know you're from my middle school era.
Middle school era. God, we've known each other too
Long time. Yeah.
Too long.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my back hurts. I can't keep like.
Yeah, I was like, you gotta stop. Tori, you have so much trauma. What do you know, Alex? What do you know about trauma? Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 5,300 bells on your loan.
How obvious is it that I'm traumatized?
You have purple hair, so like pretty obvious.
Wow. Oh, you just must really love me today.
A girl doesn't dye her hair purple unless she's got emotional problems.
What do people with green hair have? Also problems?
We're like those poison frogs. Because when I dyed my hair purple, it was a cry for help. Which was in high school. Elise will remember when I had purple hair.
People who have good relationships with their
Parents
parents
don't watch Mariah Elizabeth. Exactly. Hello, why did they like... I put them onto the scene and then they like dipped out. How did they do that?
Oh, these lights also aren't plugged in.
Oh, wait, turn the light on. They're plugged in. They're just not. The light's not on. There we go. I knew something was missing, but what the hell happened to my fake ones? Why did they disappear? They were there, and then they disappeared.
All right, well, you figure that out. I may or may not come back and say hi later. We'll see. But
Like they are there, but they're not there.
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the other room. Go to the corner.
As someone who wants to dye her hair purple, I resent that. I'm sorry. I'm really just like letting out strays today, so I'm sorry about that. Go put heat on back, says Charlie. Go. Be free. Put heat on your back. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
She's mad at me.
Do you really think I'm capable of being, like, mad
She's gonna send me passive-aggressive frowny faces later.
Shut the fuck up.
She's gonna text me and be like, what you said on stream was really mean, frowny face.
Would you rather me be open about what bothers me or me keep it in?
Well, it shouldn't bother you because I'm /J.
No, you're fine.
No, you can be open about what bothers. Yeah, I obviously pissed Tori off as a friend, says Alex. Are you pissed off as a friend?
Pissed off as a friend?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, she's pissed off as a friend. Okay. As a worse third thing?
As a worse third thing, no.
Oh. I see.
Friend, maybe.
Pissed off as a friend, but not pissed off as a worse third thing.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, we have Amaura resets to do. So I'm going to pull that up. I need to... I need to pop out TikTok chat. How do I do that? There's a button for it. Okay. All right, there we go. I popped her out. Now I have double chat. I have TikTok chat and I have Twitch chat, which is definitely not hard to keep track of at all. Okay. Now I just need to switch scenes. And then I need to make this full-sized. There we go. Okay. So let me go ahead and get my auto counter set up. There we go. Okay. This is probably good. All right. Oh, I need to unmute the sound. That would help. There we go. Okay. There we go. I mean, not that the sound is really important because it's just the sound of me spamming A, but it's worth having. Just in case. I don't know if the shinies make a sound. Okay, that did not make the auto counter go up. Why not? It should have. Try it again. I love it when my things work. That's like the best. Soft reset, Elgato. Okay. See if it goes up this time. Still no. Okay. Weird. Oh, I know why. I know why. I'm just dumb. Okay. Let me fix that. Okay. Gonna shower now, but I have stream playing in the bathroom while I take my shower. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun. Okay. The question is, do I have to reset it again now? Or will it go up on its own? Okay, I need to reset it again. I love when it works. That's the best. But I think I fixed it now. If I didn't, then I don't know what's wrong. Then it's just mad at me. Okay. That should work now, though. I just like the color. No, yeah, actually, I feel like it's really people that dye their hair blue that have mental health issues more than purple. You know, the whole blue hair with pronouns thing. Although, the line in Victorious that I was referencing actually indicates that it's people who dye their hair red that have mental health problems. So, you know, I think dyeing your hair at all might be an indication. Hey, 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 now Charlie's like, I'm catching strays. I think dyeing your hair at all is not necessarily like a sign that you have mental health issues, but it's either like, and I'm saying this as somebody who has had like dyed hair pretty consistently since I was in high school. Um, it's like you're either gay, neurodivergent, both, um, or like alt. Well, this is all and or, because all of these things could be combined, because I'm alt, I'm neurodivergent, and I'm gay. But like alternative, queer, liberal, just in general cool, and or mentally ill. I just feel like Republicans, like, they don't dye their hair fun colors. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like all the MAGA girlies are just like bleach blonde. What if I have pronouns and blue hair? You know? I dyed my hair like Zygarde, so I don't know what that implies. Oh. Come inside. What gives away that I have trauma? I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you present yourself in a very, like, I mean, like, you're shy, but even more than you're shy, you're, like, you're very timid. Like, I feel like you're kind of constantly waiting for other people's reactions rather than just, like, saying what you want to say. I feel like you're more afraid of what people will say back than, like, what you're actually going to say. Hi, Doe. How are you? Because, like, me, I just be yapping. Like, I be speaking before I be thinking, and I feel like you be thinking a lot before you be speaking. Like, I feel like we're very polar opposite in that way. That, like, I speak without thinking and you think without speaking. I think that we're, like, sort of two sides of the same autistic coin. Because Charlie, I think, is very, like... Sorry I'm so late. You're not that late. It's only been, like, half hour. And 10 of those minutes I was on, like, starting soon. All I know how to do is think before I speak, which is why when dialogue doesn't go the way I expect, I panic because I don't have a script. But see, that's the thing. I do the same thing, right? Like, part of the reason when people ask me, like, how am I not, you know, anxious? Like, how do I not get stage fright, but I have social anxiety? And the answer I always give them is that when I'm on stage, I have a script. Every other character that I am going to speak to is going to say exactly what I expect them to say because they are also reading from the script. And, like, yeah, sometimes people end up going off script or whatever, but you still know, like, where you are in the piece. Even if someone messes up their line or skips a line or something, like, you can usually be like, oh, okay, they missed a line, which means if they said that line, I say this line. So you can still, like, find your footing if somebody messes up a line. And it's all very predictable because everything in theater is, like, you know, designed that way. Ty, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 7 bells on your loan. Oh my god. And Doe, thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 8,700 bells on your loan. How does one steal a brain cell? Asking for a friend. I don't know. I think me, Charlie, and Tori all share one. And it kind of just bounces around between the three of us without any rhyme or reason. But everything in theater is very specific. Like, especially theater that is well done, is, like, you know, every prop shows up exactly when you need it to, and like everything, again, like sometimes there are mistakes and those things don't always happen exactly how they're supposed to, but they are planned out to happen that way. And that's why I don't get nervous so much on stage, because I know everything that is supposed to happen will hopefully happen. The only thing I get nervous about is if something goes wrong, but like I just kind of have to like accept that that is usually out of my control. You know, if something goes wrong in the production or somebody else's lines or whatever, like the only thing I have to focus on is my lines and my blocking and like my performance. And I kind of just like can't worry about if anything else goes wrong, because it's out of my control. And I think in my life in general, it has been very helpful to my anxiety to know that like there's, granted, like I still get anxious about things, obviously, because that is just how anxiety works, but it is helpful to just remind myself that everything either is in my control or it isn't. And if it isn't, I can't worry about it because it is literally not my problem and it is not my control. Like, I can't worry about if the lighting guy is going to mess up a lighting cue when I'm in a theater situation, because that's his job. And, like, if the lighting guy messes up, I just have to trust that he'll figure it out, you know? Because I'm not going to be able to figure it out for him. I'm not the lighting guy. I'm not in the booth. So, you know, all I can do is, oh, if a light is supposed to hit me at a certain point and it doesn't, I just have to know how to make the show go on. And like that is all that I can control. So there's no point in being nervous about, well, what if the lights don't work right? What if the sound cues don't happen at the right time? What if my prop goes missing? Like that is just not in my control. And therefore it's, you know, it's not something I should worry about. And then the things that are in my control, I shouldn't worry about because they're in my control. And I don't have to worry about like, oh, well, what if I mess up my lines? It's like, if I mess up my line, I know what to do. Like, I know what my next move is. If I mess up a line, I know what I do next, you know? And I can trust that my other actors will cover for me. If I fuck up a line, they'll just move on to the next one or respond accordingly or whatever. So I think that just reminding yourself of what is in your control and what's not in your control is like all you can do, really. Just have to have the trauma burn or not write the scripts anymore. Yeah, it's hard to get out of that, I think. As like an autistic person, it's hard to get out of like, as a combination of being anxious and being autistic, is like I will lay in bed at night and I will imagine conversations with people, whether they've already happened and it's what I could have said, or a conversation that I feel like I'm going to have. That was what was keeping me up last night, to be honest, is imagining a conversation with somebody that I was probably never even going to have, but I was just sitting there imagining every possible way that that conversation could go. So it's hard not to do that, because you think like, if I imagine it enough times and enough ways, I can predict what they will say and I will have a response. And sometimes you can more or less predict what someone is going to do, especially if you know them well enough. But a lot of times you can't, and you just kind of have to hope like for the best, you know? So it's definitely hard to get out of writing the scripts, because inevitably they're going to say something that you couldn't have imagined that they were going to say. With you, I very much cannot like anticipate what I'm going to say, because I feel like I can anticipate what you're going to say a lot of the times. Like, at least with a decent amount of accuracy. I'm hungry, real. We had pasta for dinner, and it was good. Yes, you Sarah do. You interlock my fingers with your toes to help ground me. I do try to be unpredictable in a lot of ways, but I also feel like, I don't know. I feel like I telegraph a lot, but sometimes I feel like I don't telegraph at all. I haven't eaten since before we left the house. Oh, you should definitely get something to eat then. Um, but yeah, I feel like it's better in my brain. Of course, this is a very theater kid thing to say, and it probably won't help anybody else who's not a theater kid. But in my head, is instead of imagining every like real life interaction like a like a play or like something scripted, is to just imagine it all like a really bad game of improv. Um, and that helps because sometimes just yes anding people in real life does work. That's what I've learned, especially with neurotypical people. You can just yes and your way through a conversation with neurotypical people. If you're in the workplace and someone's like, it's Monday, you just have to go, yeah, it is Monday. Like just literally yes and. And how do we feel about Monday? Bad, right? So it's kind of weird how yes anding people, neurotypicals love knowing the day of the week. They truly do. But like this is like genuinely a strategy that I have found works with like Tori and Charlie and like people I'm in close relationships with, is to just yes and them. If Tori just like starts talking about something, I'll just be like, nod, smile and nod, yes and. And generally it works. I have not been eating well the past couple of days. I feel the pain. Charlie hasn't either. We had chicken taquitos for dinner last night, which were, and by chicken I mean vegetarian. They were fucking delicious. They were gluten-free. They were vegetarian. They were fantastic. But on the way out, they were not as good as on the way in. Shut up, you do not do that to me. I absolutely do that to you. You and Charlie. Like, not all the time, but if I don't know what to say, sometimes it's best to yes and. At least to get you to, like, elaborate. Because sometimes you say things that are, like, vague and cryptic, and I have to go, tell me more. And usually that works. So that's what I try to do with people to sort of ease my social anxiety, is to just get them to keep talking so that I don't have to. It's a lot easier to listen to somebody than it is to speak to them. Half the time you just repeat what I said back to me to show you're engaged, and when he eats it up, that is yes anding. That is simply improv. Just saying what you say back to you. It's Thunderous Thursday. Thunder. I get to be in charge of bounce houses. Bounce house? Well, that was me being genuinely excited about bounce houses. Don't lump that in with the yes anding. That was true, genuine excitement about bounce houses. I fucking love bounce houses. And I have so much evidence of this in my life. Bounce houses are great. I loved it when I was a kid, when randomly, like, our school would just have, like, bounce house day, and there would be this truck that comes with all these, like, inflatables, and we would just get to, like, play with inflatables all day. Did anyone else at school do that? I don't know what, like... Plot twist, you're renting me a bounce house for my birthday? Dude, if I could, I would. If I knew how to do that, I would. Because when I was a kid, I had a birthday party where we had, like, one of those, like, inflatable bounce houses that you can like get in a box at the store, and it's like little, and you just like blow it up with like a little thing, and I have like an iconic photo of me and my best friend from elementary school in a bounce house together at my birthday party when I was in elementary school. I don't trust those death traps. Bounce houses are not death traps. Bounce houses are fun traps. I love bounce houses. If it starts to deflate, you could just get out. Problem solved. I have trauma from when I was a kid. Did a bounce house eat you? Trampoline. Yeah, trampolines are dangerous. We were not allowed to have a trampoline, nor could we afford one. But trampolines are really what's going to get you. The number of people that get, like, injured on trampolines per year is probably ridiculous. It's probably, like, more than sharks. I feel like everything is more than sharks. Everyone's all afraid of shark attacks, and they're like, you're more likely to be hit by a bus than, eaten by a shark or whatever. And I feel like you're probably more likely to get injured on a trampoline than you are to get bitten by a shark. Don't take my word for that, but I'm sure the statistics are out there. Especially with the weather we've been having here. Yeah, it was cold today. Not like, you know, Canada cold, but I had a dog walking client and I was chilly. It's been a time getting around. Yeah, ice on the roads will definitely cause an issue. More like a stampede of demons trampling me for cake. Oh, yeah. Kids get vicious in bounce houses for sure. But that's the kids. That's not the bounce house's fault. Blame the children. Children are little demons. I agree with that. Kids are the worst. I'm not a fan of kids. And that is why I will not be having any. Every time I have to interact with a child, I act like it's a bomb. Like, I'm literally, like, holding it like this. I'm like, what do I do? Because children are stinky. There's a bounce house place in Buffalo that I think I have to bring you to. I think we have, like, bounce house places here. I know we have trampoline parks, but... There's this big... I've shown it to Charlie before. There's this huge, like, fair with a bunch of inflatables that, like, comes to DC every year. And, like, I mostly jokingly have been like, we should go to this, but, like, on the low-key, I would go. Our heating system's not been functioning very well, and it was 10 degrees Fahrenheit this morning, so I woke up, it was freezing outside, or inside. Oh my gosh. Did you hydrate when I said hydrate? I meant to, and I think I have hydrated since then, but I didn't, like, intentionally, I think, do it when you hydrated, so I will hydrate. I'm worried about tonight. It's supposed to be 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh my god. Yeah, no. No thank you. Oh, I got an alpha. Our AC was broken over the summer, and they literally never fixed it. And then when winter arrived, well, technically it's not winter yet, but when it started being cold, we tried to turn on the heat, and the heat decided not to work either. And I was like, cool. But I think we got it working now. It's like 68 inside, but that's like a livable temperature if you have a blanket. My feet just always get cold. Not sponsored for the people over on TikTok, but there is this blanket on TikTok Shop that it's like a heated blanket, but it has feet pockets and like hand pockets. So it's like a Snuggie, but like on crack, because you can put your little tootsies into it and like wrap yourself in it, but it's not like a onesie. And every time I see it, I'm like, I could probably use that, to be honest. Like, I could probably benefit from a heated blanket that has foot pockets, because my feet are always cold. And my hands. Always have cold feet? Yeah. I have poor circulation, so it's just like my extremities just do not get the blood that they deserve, I don't think. But my hands are ice currently. Yeah, the first few days when it was cold and our heat wasn't working, I was genuinely wearing gloves inside to do stuff at my computer because my hands were that cold. I was like, I literally cannot not be wearing gloves right now. They were like fingerless gloves because I had to use my fingers, obviously, but like they were at least keeping my hands warm. If nothing else. And they were knitted for me by my best friend, so that was cool. Wearing a thermally insulated hoodie while cooking dinner tonight? Well, that sounds dope. I have a weighted hoodie that we got for Christmas, like, last year? 2 years ago? I don't know. But I have this weighted hoodie that is, like, super soft on the inside and, like, fluffy. And it's, like, really heavy. And I love that thing. It keeps me so warm. Like, I would sweat my ass off in it if I, like, wore it to bed, but it's so good. I can move them freely, but if you touch them, you'd flinch and pull back because you got burned. That's how cold my hands get. Yeah, my hands get so cold that if Charlie is in bed while I'm in here working on my computer and my hands get cold, I will go into the bedroom and like put my hand like under their arm or something to like warm up my hand, and they will literally like recoil and be like, "Oh my God, your hand is so cold." I use Charlie as my personal space heater. It works pretty good. Especially like if they're in bed like under a blanket, because Charlie like runs warm whereas I run cold. So like they will be like generating heat under the blanket. But it works for them too, because sometimes they overheat and then I can cool them down with my ice cold hands. So it's a symbiotic relationship. I use my personal pit bull as my hand warmer. Hey, whatever works. Picturing a pocket-sized music artist. Can you imagine? It's just like Mr. Worldwide. At the same time in chat, you said Mr. Worldwide. That's so funny. I think that's like a call and response. Like if someone says Pitbull, you just have to respond with Mr. Worldwide. Is my Pitbull as my personal hand warmer? That's what I assumed that you meant, but I read it as you said it and then like thought to myself, I probably said that in reverse. But you get the gist. No, you meant personal Mr. Worldwide. He's like doing a personal concert for you from your pocket. I mean, that would warm me up maybe if we were also in an area already warm. You know, I think that my body temperature would raise a degree if I was in the presence of Mr. Worldwide. I'm not necessarily like a Pitbull fan, but like he's Pitbull, you know? I know his music. I'm familiar. Just got a prescription for an Astra patch. I pronounced that real bad, but I know what you're talking about. It's happening. That's so exciting. I hope that it goes so good. No, that was right. Well, my brain wanted to say estrogen, and then it like buffered halfway through when the word I was reading was not the word estrogen. So I was just like, estradiol. Because I was expecting it to say estrogen. My brain just kind of fills in the ends of words before I read them. Dyslexia is fun. I mean, it is estrogen. No, it is estrogen. So that's why I was like, you know, I'm not wrong. You just didn't say the word estrogen, so I was like, close enough. Because I know that you've been, you know, doing the whole like hormone thing. So I was like, I'm pretty sure this is gonna say estrogen, and then I just read the whole message, and I was like, I was close. All right. We're at 25:39. Lover of the taco just joined my TikTok live. That's a fantastic username. I also am a lover of tacos. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. Don't remind me about female stuff. Just finished with this awful cycle. It's taking time to clear out of my system. I'm sorry. I know, well, I'm not gonna finish that sentence, actually. But solidarity for people out there with period symptoms. Cramps were bad the first day, but they've cleared up. That's good at least. I feel like the cramps was some of the worst of it for me. I mean, all of it's bad. Acne, cramps, mood swings, blood. I feel like, I don't know. The blood was the annoying part for me, which, like, of course, that's the annoying part for everybody. But, like, I feel like I don't know if it was just because of the dysphoria or just because of, like, the specific types of, like, flow that I was dealing with. But, like, I had such issues with the actual bleeding portion of it all. Like, that was genuinely a problem for me. Like, yeah, the cramps were bad, and, like, yeah, having acne sucks, and mood swings are terrible, and whatever, but, like, genuinely, the bleeding is the worst part. Bleeding and cramps. Gotta get moving, the library is closing. Ugh. Make sure you get all your stuff. Don't leave anything at the library. Safe travels, exactly. I'm coming up on 3,000 of these Amauras, and I'm like, really hoping we can get a shiny before too long. Because I still don't have my shiny charm. I've heard there's more Mabel's research in the DLC. So I'm hoping that that is true. And that there's other rewards we can get. Thought I had it rough yesterday with an 11-hour split shift of exams. Yeah, you talked about that, I think, on Tuesday. How was that? I hope it wasn't terrible. I would not want to be anywhere for 11 hours except bed. One of the folks yesterday worked 14 hours straight. Hopefully you guys get breaks or something. 14 hours straight is ridiculous. I feel like the most I ever worked in a row was like 9 hours. And I would still get like a 15. I love being in your house for 11 hours straight. I mean, you've definitely been here for 11 hours. That much is true. We don't really go anywhere. You've never worked a 12-hour? Why would I work for 12 hours? Why would I do that? You guys have to remember, like, I really have never had a real job. Like, I have literally never needed to do that. And I probably never will. Because my first job was an on-campus job where literally, like, 4.5 hours, 4:45 really was, like, the longest shift that we worked. Because it would be 3 hours or 4 hours on call and then half an hour kind of before and after. Then my second job was an internship, so I only had like set hours in the office, and it was like I would work like an 8-hour day, and then I had to like get on the metro to and from, so that was annoying, but still I like never worked longer than an 8-hour day at that job. I would have longer than an 8-hour day, but I wouldn't work longer than 8 hours, and I would have like a 30-minute lunch break. And then I worked at a call center where we did have long days, and I could have worked probably a longer shift, but I didn't want to, so I didn't. I worked like, again, like 9-hour shifts tops probably at that job, and we had like an hour-long lunch break or a half-hour lunch break or something. I think it was half-hour. Then I worked retail, but I was only a part-time employee, so I wasn't allowed to work more than 8 hours. Which again, sometimes would end up being like a 9-hour day, but I technically wasn't allowed to work longer than that. And then my current job is freelance, so I make my own hours, and there is no situation where I would be editing for 12 hours straight unless it was my own YouTube videos. My own YouTube videos, I have definitely sat down for 12 hours and edited before, especially when I was in high school. I would grind out an entire video in like one night. Once worked 4th of July for 12 plus hour, but every hour over 10 was increased pay and it was also holiday pay. I mean, hey, get that coin. I could never care enough about money to work that many hours in a row. I would literally rather not have the money. Used to work 12-hour shifts up north. You are so north already. What do you mean? We would do 7 days a week with 12-hour shifts for 4 weeks and then get 12 days off. Arctic Circle north. This is true. Yeah. Good streaming this week. You are the best. Thank you, Nando. 2025 Game Awards time. It is Game Awards time. You're right. I hope that the games win the awards. To be fair, the job is not just let us sit down and use our phones. Yeah. So that helps when you're not really working a real hard job. It's not like a manual labor or anything. I am simply just not made for labor. I am made to do my cozy work from home, make my own hours, literally wear pajama pants while I'm at work job. I would not have it any other way. I will never go back if I can avoid it to like retail hell. We had no phone service where I was. It was literally hundreds of miles from the nearest tiny community. Yeah. That is rough for sure. Like, the farthest I've been from civilization, I think, is like my summer camp where there wasn't cell service. And even still, there was like a landline phone that you could use in like case of emergency. We weren't close to the nearest town, but it wasn't like so far that it was unreasonable. Like, you could get there in probably like an hour or less. It wasn't a very, you know, it wasn't a town that had a lot in it, but it was a town. There was at least like a dollar store or something. Spotty satellite internet at least. Better than nothing, yeah. I think the like camp staff had like a hotspot that they could use for Wi-Fi. Because I remember borrowing it once when I was sort of in this like transitional job. Well, so, okay, fun fact about when I was at the sort of transitional position between being a camper and being a counselor, because I wasn't old enough to be a counselor, but I wasn't young enough to be a camper. I was at camp, and this was, like, after I was a streamer and everything. And my Discord got hacked while I was at summer camp, so I didn't find out about it until like a couple days after it happened. And I remember having to borrow the camp Wi-Fi so that I could log back into my Discord, because apparently the hacker was sending links as me to my friends and DMs and being like, oh, you know, click this link. And one of my dumbass friends almost clicked the link, and I was like, come on, dude. Like, what do you take me for? Fortunately, this predated Elon, so we didn't have to put up with this shit. Ugh. Fucking Elon, dude. So, yeah, imagine just being off the grid for a week and then coming back to finding out that your Discord had been hacked. And was sending links to people and telling them to click on it. I don't even know how that happened, especially since I was at camp when it happened. I'm like, did it just like not send the notification to my phone? I don't know if Discord existed in 2009. I don't know. I don't know when Discord became a thing. I didn't start using it almost at all until I was a streamer. Like, I probably started using it in like 2020 because like COVID and stuff. But I wasn't really a Discord girly before that. I know it existed before that. I wasn't really a Discord enjoyer. 2015, apparently. That checks out. That's, like, around the time that I was in, like, middle school, high school. So, I feel as though that makes sense for the existence of Discord. I know there was some... I can't remember where it was. Some country was instating like a social media ban for children under a certain age, but it excluded Discord and Roblox from the ban. And I'm like, yeah, you know what's a safe place for like minors in 2025? Discord. Nothing bad has ever happened to minors on Discord. I was in high school in the Y2K era. See, that's crazy because I was born in the Y2K. Well, I was born after it, but it makes it like worse. It was Australia? Yeah, Australia. So I'm like, like, I don't think, here's the thing about social media. I think that social media is, in some ways, worthwhile to have when you're young. Like, not young, but like when you're like a teenager. I don't think it's like, you know, 100% detrimental and should be like completely banned, because I think that that will make, like, I think it outcasts people a little bit, because I found sort of solace in the connections that I made on the internet when I was in, did you ribbit? No. Once again, I meant to after I did my like resets, and then I forgot. So I will do it after these resets. Sorry, I'm like bad about the rewards today. But I found connection on the internet.
Are you off your fucking meds or something?
I am off my fucking meds. I will take my meds as well. That I won't do right now because it's still too early to take them. I have to take them at like the end of stream, but I will take them in your name. You said at the same time as yourself. I did. Well, there's me using filler words again. I saw this girl on TikTok that was making an effort to not use filler words. I think she had to talk for like 1 minute straight or 5 minutes straight or something, 3 minutes straight. I don't know. I think she was like upping the time every time she did it. But it was like, I'm going to talk for 1 minute straight without using any filler words. So no like, no stuff like that. And I, especially when it comes to streaming, could never. But in general, I think I could never. First of all, I use the word like way too often. I am exactly the type of Gen Z that everybody fears, where I just like, use the word like as a crutch. And then too is just, the thing they tell you about streaming is to just literally never shut up. It's like, don't ever stop talking. Don't just like get too locked into your game to speak. Like, always be speaking, always be yapping, always be talking about something. And basically just like never stop. So I feel like the word is a good transitional word for me to get between one thought and the next, or just, you know, in the middle of one thought if I'm not sure what I'm going to say next, is to just to not have there be like a moment of empty space, to just say the word and I feel like that's not necessary in real life speech, but because I do it so much on stream, like, I can't not do it in real life speech. I also just be yapping constantly in real life speech. And I'm not somebody who's like uncomfortable with moments of silence. I actually really enjoy like moments of silence with people. I don't feel the need to fill every space with words, usually, again, outside of stream. I'm perfectly happy like sitting in silence with my partner and just like neither of us speak to each other for like an hour. But I know some people, like, any kind of silence feels uncomfortable or feels awkward. Okay, I will ribbit for Tori now, but also I am like, I think the counter went up one too many for some reason. I mean, also. Ribbit. All right, there you go. So I feel like if it was in my day-to-day life, I might be able to talk for a minute straight and not use any filler words. But when I'm streaming, it's like nearly impossible. I think if that was a redeem, like if I had a channel point redeem that was like, don't say the word like or the word I think I would literally fail within 5 seconds. No matter how hard I focus on it, I don't think I could do it. That ribbon sounded like Suyu. I was wearing my Suyu socks earlier. I love Froppy. She is baby to me. But anyway, with what I was saying about social media, because I didn't actually finish that thought, I got sidetracked by the filler words conversation, which I started myself, but it's okay. I think that taking social media away completely from minors is not necessarily the solution. I do think that regulating it is a good idea, right? Making it so that minors can't communicate in DMs with adults, right? I think that that is a fair, restriction to put on things. I think that YouTube Kids is a relatively reasonable way to, put, like, I don't know, parental locks, as it were, on YouTube. Now, is YouTube Kids a perfect platform? Absolutely not. Stuff definitely gets through the cracks, obviously. But I think as a concept, it's not a bad idea, right? Like, make a version of YouTube that is age appropriate for the people that are watching it. I think that that is perfectly reasonable. And I think that the same could be true for Instagram and Snapchat and all those things. Like, make it age appropriate. Don't let, minors see anything on Snapchat that should be 18 plus. Don't let them have private Snapchat conversations with adults. I mean, because Kik was the real enemy when I was a teenager. Like, it was Kik, it was Skype, it was like Discord. Those were the places where you were gonna get in trouble as a minor. That, and we had Omegle. So I don't even get me started on the things that happened on Omegle. The number of times that you would be on Omegle and then somebody would ask for your kick, and then you would kick them. Like, don't even. On the MSN Messenger heyday, yeah, I'm sure that MSN had its own fair share of things, not Omegle. I'm like low-key glad they shut Omegle down. Like, is it the end of an era? Yeah. Is it good that it doesn't exist anymore? Also, yeah. I did unspeakable things on that website. and I saw and I witnessed unspeakable things on that website. That website needed some regulation. It did not have any, and it needed some. And I think that's why, like, a lot of people in the creator space try to have, like, 18 plus Discord, 16 plus Discord, stuff like that, or like the reverse, where you sort of like make a Discord that is, safe for minors to hang out in. Because I think that minors deserve to have third spaces online, the same way that, like, adults have third spaces out in public, coffee shops, bars, things like that, right? Libraries, whatever. I think that third spaces are important, and I think that when I was a kid, there were a lot more third spaces that were children friendly than there are today, right? There was Webkins, there was Neopets, there was Club Penguin. Like, there were all of these, like, very kid friendly third spaces where, like, bad things couldn't really happen to you on Webkins. You know what I mean? Like, there were a set of, like, canned chat phrases that you were allowed to use on Webkins, and, like, nobody was going on Webkins trying to, I mean, maybe they were, what do I know, but, like, probably nobody was going on Webkins posing as a kid and trying to, like, snatch kids off of Webkins and get them to give out their personal information, because you couldn't, because all you had was canned phrases. And the same was true for a lot of those websites. I know Wizard 101, you had to unlock the ability to type. And I know this because even far into my, like, late teens and even adulthood, like, I had to get the text filter turned off because it was on when I made my Wizard 101 account, and I couldn't get it turned off without my parents' email that, like, wasn't attached to the account anymore, like, didn't exist anymore. So I was stuck with the canned phrases on Wizard 101 I got another alpha, for a long time. I couldn't, like, I had friends that were my age or even younger than me that were able to use the text chat, and I simply did not have it unlocked, and I, like, don't know why. But I think that those types of sites were genuinely really good for kids to have, because it did give children a space to, like, interact with each other safely on the internet. And they weren't social media based, you know what I mean? It wasn't like you were posting pictures of yourself or, you know, sharing your every thought like Twitter and Instagram are. It was genuinely just a space where you could be like, hey, do you want to play like wacky zingos with me, you know? Um, so yeah, I don't know. That's my 2 cents about social media. I forget what it was. I was getting ads for it on like Peacock and stuff when I was watching streaming with ads, because you know streaming has ads now. Um, where it would be this ad for like Instagram for teens. It was these like settings you could turn on Instagram to make it like safe for your teen, and it was basically just like parental locks you could put on Instagram for children. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm talking about like online third spaces and like social media and its relationship with children. Because thank you for the follow. Um when I was a kid, Webkins was really popular, Wizard 101 was really popular. Um like Club Penguin, Neopets, all that kind of stuff was really popular when I was a kid. And I think that those spaces were like healthy ways for children to interact with the internet. Whereas now, I feel like children don't have as much of that. I feel like kids are just like on Snapchat these days and like just using social media like adults are. So I'm so late. I had a choir concert. Just took off my tuxedo. How was the concert? I do not miss the band and choir tuxedo from high school. We're talking about how I missed out on the heyday of MSN Messenger. The worst thing that I missed out on is MySpace. I was just barely too young for MySpace, and oh my god, I would have loved MySpace. I would have been so fucking good at MySpace because I was so good at Quotev and so good at Tumblr. I just know I would have killed it on MySpace. I just know I would have. And it makes me sad that I will never get to experience MySpace in its prime. It was fun. I'm glad it was fun. I assume, were you guys having like a winter concert? I know that we had a winter concert around December every year when I was in band. We would play like Christmas songs and, you know, some Hanukkah song or something. Probably won't be here for long because I'm taking a shower after I eat. That's fair. Yeah. No worries. Definitely get some sustenance though. All right. We're at 2605. We're going to get 3,000 tonight. I sincerely hope we find it before then. We're going to be like 1,000 away from odds before we know it. Yes, it was a winter concert, period. Just grabbing a bite to eat before heading home. Sounds good. Everybody gets sustenance. Everybody gets something to eat. Food is good for you. I had pasta for dinner, and it was yummy. It was rotini pasta, and it had Parmesan and tomato sauce. Depending on how long ad breaks are. My ads are like 3 minutes every hour, roughly. Spaba, so true, Cookie. Although Twitch likes to sometimes not follow my schedule, but they're supposed to be 3 minutes every hour. That is how I have them set up. Because then every hour it means I get to like stretch my legs and pull myself together for a few minutes. Sometimes I just sit here for the full 3 minutes, and then sometimes I actually get up and go do something. Thank you for the hydrate. I have gator juice. All right. Been distracted, so I was late. No worries. You guys don't have to be here like every second that I'm live. Frog hat. All right. Well, I don't have the frog hat, but I have a Santa hat right now. Granted, I have a Santa hat on already, but I will put on I will put on the full-size Santa hat. Yeah, I had a concert. You're good. Yeah. You were here before Astral. All right. We're Santa hatted up. I should probably still put in some earbuds, though, so I can hear my alerts. That was relatively good timing, though, because my head was kind of hurting. I don't know what it is about the top of this headset, but it's like... I think it's just lost all its padding up there. So it is not... not soft. Okay, now everything is loud. These earbuds are, like, much louder than my other ones, and I don't know why. All right. 53% smelly. Part of the school choir. That's cool. I never did choir or anything like that. I am not really a singer. I mean, when I was younger, I could sing decently, I think, for like a child. But after going on tea, I definitely cannot. That's why I just took a shower. It's so wrong. Maybe you didn't shower hard enough. Did you get all your crevices? That's a weird question. Don't answer that. Did you get your armpits? I was a band kid. Yeah, I was a band kid and I was a theater kid. So it's not like I never sang because I was in musical theater. So I did sing, but alongside other people where I could not be heard, typically. Everywhere on my body, even the under area. No way. Oh, we got Alpha. Probably very smelly at the moment. I've been in a tux for the past 3.5 hours. Yeah, dude, like, what is a tux and whose idea was it to make that many pieces of clothes go together like that? What the hell is a cummerbund? I've been told it's supposed to catch your crumbs when you eat, which is why the little flaps... Oh, wow, yeah, 94% smelly. You definitely need to take your shower for sure. Which is why the little flaps are supposed to be facing up so that they can catch crumbs if you drop them. But I genuinely cannot... Like, is that truly the purpose? It can't be. And, like, who decided that ties look fancy? What is fancy about them? Because I can't not think they're fancy. Like, I can't make my brain think that they're not fancy. Because I think about, like, oh, well, if I saw someone in a t-shirt and shorts next to somebody in a tuxedo, I would obviously think the person in the tuxedo is fancier. But that's just because it's more clothes. Wearing a tuxedo can make I'd rather wear a slip-on dress or at least something I feel comfortable in my masculine and feminine body. Yeah, see, I felt very awkward. I miss Corbeau interactions. I think he's in the DLC because I saw somebody get his clothes. I know you can get Canari's outfit, but I saw somebody get Corbeau's outfit. So, however they're dressing like him, I will be taking his clothes directly off of his body and putting them onto my body. So hopefully we will see Corbeau again. That is the dream. What? But no, I feel that with the tux because when I was in band, we had two options. Dress, which was like literally down to your feet and had these like ugly ass like poofy sleeves and it was like all black, or tux. And I wore the dress my first year and I hated it. So I switched to the tux, but I felt like the tux didn't fit me right and I looked really blocky in it. Like I felt like a Roblox character wearing like the wrong clothes. And I wish that there was like a more non-binary way that I could have dressed for band, but there just was no way. Repeat that, good day. You heard me. I will take Corbeau's clothes off of his body. Interpret that however you must, but that is what I will do. And I would do it again. Bop bop. That's what goes on in Hotel Z. Me and Corbeau. I prefer a suit instead of a dress. Am I weird? No, I think that suits are generally cooler than dresses. Especially if you have like a nice tailored suit. That's not what goes on in Hotel Z. It's more crazy than that. It is more crazy than that. But that is some of what goes on. I just can't help but think that the Rust Syndicate is like the Mafia as like the like paper towel syndicate is to Marcus. You know? If I knew that a clip from me would work, I would have clipped that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if anybody can do clips, I think. Robert. I've been sending Charlie. We've been on a real Marcus kick the last like 2 or 3 days. I really did not fuck with Marcus prior to the past like week, other than the fact that I would have his audios from TikTok like stuck in my head, especially the one where he'd be like, "I do not like this rock. It's pissing me off." But other than that, I was like, "What is he? Where is he from? Like, I don't know what he is. He looks weird to me. Like, I don't really like him." But I would just intrinsically get these audios like stuck in my head. And then Charlie put on like a compilation of like the funniest Marcus moments and like looked up what he is. Apparently he's like a worm that somebody made for VR chat. Um isn't he basically a young mafia leader? Pretty much, yeah. And ever since then I've been getting these videos on my TikTok feed of like popular songs, some of which are Christmas songs right now because obviously it's the holiday season. Um but instead of the real lyrics, they've been replaced with things that Marcus has said. So my personal favorite that has been stuck in my head is it's Jingle Bell Rock, but instead of Jingle Bell Rock, it's Marcus going Jimbo James and then him saying rock from that clip of him with the rock. So it just goes Jimbo James, Jimbo James, Jimbo James rock. And it fucking sends me. It is so fucking funny. And then I got one that was like a 21 Pilots one. I got one that was like I don't even know. I got some really good ones. Oh, one of them was a Maroon 5 song. It was really funny. The damn thing is I'm not allowed to have TikTok, but I'm allowed to have Snapchat. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I was talking about with like kids and their access to social media, because I think that TikTok is in some ways more and in some ways less damaging than Snapchat. I think Snapchat is a little too interpersonal and a little bit too easy to send like nudes and stuff for someone who's a minor. But I think that TikTok is just like pure brain rot. But you can get brain rot on Snapchat these days, so it doesn't really matter. There's a version of Shorts on Snapchat. My parents are so stingy on what I can have. My mom says I can have Facebook and Snapchat. My dad says I'm not allowed to have Instagram and TikTok. Yeah, that makes no sense. I don't know. But I have an ad coming up in like 30 seconds, so I'm going to go ahead and play that TikTok. Obviously, you're not going to get an ad, but you can just look at my lovely BRB screen. You guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, do whatever you got to do, and I will see you on the other side in like, I don't know, like 3 minutes. Okay. BRB, Twitch people. Okay, I'm back on Twitch. And hello, I'm back on TikTok, I think. Probably. Okay. Put you guys back. Okay. Pokemon characters, new ones. What's just the icon? Can eat or drink anything. It has a mouth. It's the only one that both has a mouth and isn't a skeleton. Is it lore relevant? No. Is it funny? Yes. Either can only drink or touch anything in her solid form. Yeah. She drinks a lot of Sinistea, though. Can still hear me, by the way? On TikTok, you could still hear me on the BRB? Because I muted my mic. So you quite literally shouldn't have been able to hear me. Alright. Well, it's okay. Nothing really happened, except for I went to the bathroom, so... you know about them? Good, because I couldn't hold in my excitement about it. Yeah. I think it was just as you were getting up and then I couldn't hear anymore. Yeah, well, so I realized when I went to the BRB on TikTok that it didn't automatically mute my mic, so then I muted my mic and then I got up. So there was just a moment where I had not yet muted my mic. But then I realized I needed to mute it. So that's probably why. I miss him. I'm sure he'll be back. All right. I hope we can get this thing before too long because I have other haunts planned. Go shower now. If I come back before 9, great. If I don't, good night. Okay, good night, Astriel, in case you don't come back. Hopefully you'll be back, but if not, that is okay. I haven't done fossil resets in a while. I think the last one I did for like a legit shiny was when we got Kabuto in BDSP. And that one was like relatively under odds, I think, too. I am very excited about the DLC, though. I am trying to avoid spoilers while also getting the information that I wanted about it. And I think I've done a decent job towing the line. I know that some of the legendaries are not shiny locked, which is the number one thing I wanted to know, is if there were legendaries in the DLC, if they were shiny locked or not. And they're not, which is good. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. The bad news is the ones that are shiny locked is which ones they are. But it'll be interesting to be able to shiny hunt for legendaries in this game. I can't imagine how that would go. I know about the donuts that can possibly increase sparkling power to make shinies easier to find. And because that was also something I wanted to know was, is there a way to increase your shiny odds, or is everything going to be base odds? I like that it's donuts. I think that that is cute. I think that's very France, that it be a pastry. Not that donuts are very French, but just that it be a pastry in general. It'd be very French if it was like croissants, but I think that a donut is a reasonable thing to do, so I think that that's funny. I don't know anything about the hyperspace, other than that it exists. And I only know some of the Pokemon that got added because I know that the Gen 3 starters are available, but I think that's because they have Megas. Been watching others play it. I'll keep everything to myself. Yeah, I don't want to be like spoiled. I just like knowing little things here or there. Something I keep saying, even though I know that they haven't done it, is I keep saying like, man, it sure is a good thing they added new Pokemon in the DLC because they clearly forgot to put Politoed in the base game. Oh, we got another alpha. They clearly forgot to put Politoed in the base game, so it would be nice if they if they could put him in the DLC. I almost tweeted that and then I like forgot. Maybe I still will. But do I think they put Politoed in the DLC? Absolutely not. Do I want him to be in the DLC? Absolutely I do. Anything that gives me more frogs, especially my favorite frog, I want. I would even, I'd settle for Toxicroak. Somebody said something about Alpha Sprigatito, but I can't fathom they would have put the Paldea starters in this game in a way that makes them shiny huntable. Like, I mean, maybe they did, but that would be the first time you could shiny hunt those starters without eggs, which would be interesting for sure if they actually did it. I think a Shalfa Sprigatito would be crazy. My dad's being a drunk ass right now, so I don't talk to chat very much. He's my main problem, trying to make sure it doesn't do any stupid shit. Ugh. Good luck with that. I love it when parents make a good, what's the word? Like, not impression. What's the word I want? Example. That's not the word I want, but... Hi, Robin. See, example, yes, but like, it's not exactly the word I wanted, but it's close enough. But yeah, make a good, make a good example for their kids to look after. The word I want is like, when someone looks up to you, and you're like an influence, but not influence. Terrible influence. Role model? Yeah, kinda, yeah. Same vein. I like that I'm just making chat my personal thesaurus. I'm like, you guys must know the synonym that I'm speaking about. I do this all the fucking time, though. It's like I have a word on the tip of my tongue, and all I can do is conjure every synonym for that word, except for the word itself. I don't know what you call that, but it happens to me all the time. I like the Santa hat, very festive. Thank you. It was redeemed, so I am forced to wear it. But I also have a miniature Santa hat attached to my headphones. So I'm always festive regardless. But I do think that the itty bitty one is very cute. Especially with the green hair. Yeah, I redyed my hair. Well, technically Tori redyed it, but it was a joint effort. Because the green was very faded, and I wanted it to be nice and green for the festive season. It's a little overly green right now for Christmas, but it'll fade to being like just the right shade. I mean, I guess like the real Christmassy shade is more like a pine green because it's like the color of Christmas trees, but the color green that's like on Christmas, like lights and stuff. That shade of green is what I yearn for with my hair. But yeah, how are you, Robin? I hope you're having a good week. Are you... No, I guess you're not. You don't... I was gonna like ask you about winter break, but you're not on winter break because you graduated, so you're just like not doing... I got my Twitch wrap thing and all of my top emojis are from you and Charlie's Jazz because I don't use Twitch for anything else, as you should. Period. I think you came up on my list of top viewers, which I thought was interesting because, like, yeah, that makes sense because you are here, like, a decent amount, but not nearly as much as a lot of the other people who are also here. So I thought it was interesting that you, like, you were on the list when some of my viewers that are here more often than you were not on that list. And I was like, damn, I guess Robin's just, like, a really big fan. I tend to type a lot when I'm here, probably. I'm sure it gave you, like, a breakdown of how many chats you sent. Actually, I can check. If I click on your name, it tells you how many chats you've sent. You've been a follower since November 19th, 2021. You followed me really early in my streaming career, actually. You've been tier 1 subbed for 19 months, and you've sent 999 plus messages in my chat. And you have 0 mod actions taken against you. If I do come into your chat, I'd be very quiet, not do anything. Am I allowed to watch you play your games? I mean, Charlie's chat is 18 plus, but I guess if you don't speak, they can't know that you're there. But darn, I gotta be more problematic. Yeah, you gotta get mod actions taken against you. Yeah, if you do exclamation point follow age, like what Doe did, it'll tell you exactly how long you've been following me for. Which, if it's November of 2021, that's like 4 years and change, which is kind of funny. Yeah, Charlie's at 4 years, 6 months, which makes sense because they obviously knew me before you did. You didn't follow me until 2 months after Charlie and I were dating. Which is funny. You were like, oh, well, if you guys have been together 2 months, maybe I'll follow you on Twitch. But no less. I was slacking. It's okay. My live situation was a lot different back then. I used to go live from my college dorm on my ancient MacBook laptop at the time. So my streams weren't really to the caliber that they are now. I think that was pre-Stardew Valley even. But it was not pre-Animal Crossing, I don't think. Or maybe it was before... Well, was it pre-Capture Card? It might have been. Shortly, I'm allowed to say hi and pay my daily loans in your chat. I feel like you're not, because it's 18 plus. And you're not 18. Like I said, they can't stop you if they don't know you're there. But if they do know that you're there, then that's different. Charlie's spaces are just not super minor friendly. Love Stardew Valley. Who's your favorite love interest, Ty? Robin, I feel like you know this about me. Spaces are 18 plus for a reason. Yeah, Charlie's stuff is not super minor friendly. But Sebby or Abby, yeah, it's Sebastian. That's my husband. He has a pet frog. Like, he's emo and he has a pet frog. What else could I possibly want in a man? Charlie's love interest is Abby. So we have a we're actually in a polyamorous quad. Me, Sebastian, Abby, and Charlie. That's the ideal situation, I think. You guys are Sebby and Abby. We dressed as them for Halloween when my hair was dyed black and Charlie had a purple wig. Well, yeah, the thing about that, Alex, is it's like, it's not that, like, we think that you specifically aren't capable of being in an 18 plus space. Like, I'm sure that you've heard everything that Charlie is gonna say in there, and that, like, you know, being 16 is hardly any different from being 18 in the sense of, like, knowing about like 18 plus topics. But I think the thing is like, because Charlie has 18 plus platforms like OnlyFans and stuff like that, that it's like Charlie's core audience is people that are 18 plus, and it's not a good idea to put a bunch of people that are 18 plus and into 18 plus things into a space where they have like readily available access to minors. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's more for your own safety than it is like a way of saying, well, you're too immature for this space. Like, 15-year-olds don't know about sex. It's more like 18 plus year olds do, and sometimes will be inappropriate, Are you younger than us? Yeah, Alex and Astriel are both, I think, my youngest viewers, at least that speak. Because they're both like 15-ish. These are my token minors in my chat. That they're allowed to be here because I didn't know how young they were when they got here. And they'll age eventually. They have to. Circle of life. But yeah, I will say the ages of some of you guys surprised me. I think, Doe, your age surprised me. I think Astral's age surprised me. Alex's age didn't surprise me that much. Yeah. I've said adult stuff in here before. Well, see, that's the thing about my chat is, like, I'm not strictly 18 plus, but, like, I definitely give off, like, a 16 plus, definitely, like a PG-13 at least vibe. Like, we're not totally R-rated, but we're not far off. I definitely have said all kinds of inappropriate things in this chat. What are we doing in Pokemon right now, Ty? I'm so glad that you asked, Robin. This might interest you. I have a fossil of an Amaura, which is the little dinosaur guy you see in the bottom left of your screen. And, doesn't matter to me, because I've heard it all, yeah. And if I give the fossil of the dinosaur to this man, he puts it in his fancy machine, and he turns it back into a living Pokemon, Jurassic Park style. And then I get a live dinosaur, as you can see here. And normally is blue. As you can see, right now, Pookie is blue. But every 4,000 or so, there's a white one. And I'm looking for the white one. So yeah, I'm just waiting for this guy to reanimate a white dinosaur instead of a blue one. And that's pretty much it. That is how shiny hunting for this particular Pokemon in this particular game functions. Is I just hand this man a bunch. How many shinies do you have at this point? Total or in this game? Because total, a lot. Hundreds. In this game, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Technically, this one is Charlie's, though. 30, 31, 32. Do I have any in this box? No. 32. And then I have this whole box. So this is 30. So 32 plus 30 is 62. And then 63, 64 ish. Roughly. And then 65, 66. I have 66 in this game. Do you have a shiny Leafeon? In this game, I do not. In Scarlet Violet, I do. Phantump, yes, I have a Phantump and a Trevenant in Scarlet Violet. I do not have a shiny Phantump in this game yet. I do have a regular Phantump in this game, though. At least 2 is such a valid answer. Yeah, most of my shinies are in Scarlet Violet because that is where I spent, like, most of my time shiny hunting. But if you want either of those as a shiny, let me know. I can hit you up. Because I definitely have those shinies in Scarlet Violet. I think you named one of my shinies for a sub goal either around my birthday or during Pride. Either as a dono goal or as a sub goal. I can't remember what you named it, but you definitely named one of them in Scarlet Violet. It might have been a Leafeon or something. It was definitely some kind of plant-esque Pokemon. Gotta check. Yeah, I will have to check. I probably named it something stupid knowing me. It was definitely something planty. For sure. I would say the best plant shiny that I have in this game is my shiny Roselia. Probably. Well, I have 2 pretty good plant shinies. I would say. I have... Yeah, there's my victory bell. I have this guy who... She's got black and purple roses. Tree Pot. No, that's what your mom named one. Your mom named my Roselia in PLA Tree Pot. This one, it does not have a name, but she is a flower. And then I also have this fat bitch with acid reflux. This is my shiny victory bell. She has GERD, but we love her anyway. Mood. Yeah, any fat bitches with GERD. We love GERD. I know so many people with GERD now, and I didn't know that GERD existed before. Charlie, like, ashamedly going, me. It's okay, we love you anyway, despite your GERD. We absolutely do not love GERD. I am a GERD hater. Yeah. GERD's pretty bad. We had pasta with tomato sauce today, and Charlie couldn't have the tomato sauce because of the GERD. I love finding out every day new things have acid in them that didn't have acid in them before, though. Because, Charlie, we went to go get the Pokemon Legends ZA starter boba, which one of them is, like, the Totodile one is, like, a blue curacao lemonade, so it's, like, not really a tea. And then GERD is gastroesophageal reflux disorder. I don't know what it stands for. I think the R is for reflux. But it means that, have you ever, gastroesophageal reflux disease. That's basically what I said. Have you ever, like, eaten, like, I don't know, like, a lot of tomato or, like, a lot of, like, citrus fruit or something, and you kind of, like, feel it come back up your throat? Perhaps if you, like, burp or something, or you kind of feel like you're throwing up in your mouth a little bit. GERD is like that, all the time. like like even if you don't have a lot of acid, like even if it's just a little acid, it comes back up basically. um so we went to go get the Pokemon Boba, and the Totodile one is like a blue curacao lemonade, and then the Chikorita one is like a matcha, and then the Tepig one is like coconut passion fruit or something. And Charlie was drinking it, and it was like, tea is acidic. And I was like, what? Because I didn't know that. I knew that lemon was acidic, which is why they don't have lemonade, which is like why I only gave them like a sip of the Totodile one. And I knew that, like, any kind of like citrus fruit, like oranges, lemons, limes, things like that. And then like grapefruit, shit like that. And then I knew that tomatoes were pretty acidic. Chocolate is weirdly acidic. But apparently tea is acidic too, and I didn't know that. And Charlie drank like a whole tea, and I was like, dog. I do eat citrus fruit and tomatoes and spaghetti sauce. I don't thankfully get that after enjoying some things. That's good. It happens to me, and I don't think I have GERD, but sometimes I just need a Tums. I definitely had some GERD after eating the chicken taquitos last night. But there's also like alkaline foods. I don't know if you can like balance out eating something acidic with eating something alkaline like you can in chemistry, where if you put like, like vinegar in something, if you put like milk in it, it like balances it out. Lots of people get mild reflux. Yeah. Robin, you might know more about this because you've actually taken like a chemistry class, but if I eat like a bunch of acid, but then I follow that up with like a bunch of alkaline food, like would it stop the GERD? Because the other day Tori had like stuffed, like it was kind of like stuffed peppers, but instead of peppers on the outside, it was like cabbage on the outside, and there was tomato mixed into the inside of the stuffing. That's how Tums work. They're just sodium bicarbonate. So yes. Because I told her like, oh, well, be careful. Like if there's tomato in there, like she's not. So she went to her allergist, and her allergist said she's not allergic to tomato, even though in the past her allergist said she was allergic to tomato. So she was like, well, I can eat tomatoes now because I'm not allergic. And I was like, right, but you still have GERD, and so you're still like at risk for acid reflux, right? So I was like, can you eat anything like alkaline to balance it out? And I Googled it, and apparently cabbage is alkaline. Like any leafy greens, lettuce, cabbage, anything like that is actually like the opposite of acid. So I was like, well, I guess if you ate stuffed cabbage, then the cabbage is balancing out the tomato. There's the base that you eat to lower the acidity. See, I didn't know what they did, to be honest. I kind of thought they just like dissolved the stomach acid. Peachier Sky, well, Tori, but I don't think Charlie can eat cabbage because of the like leafy green nature of. First of all, Charlie doesn't like cabbage, but even if they did like cabbage, it's too leafy, I think, for their gastroparesis, because you're not even really supposed to have lettuce. But I think about all the times that I've gotten lettuce and tomato on something, like a sandwich, or, anything where, like a burger, anything that is like both lettuce and tomato. And I'm like, wow, look at me eating an acid and a base. Your stomach is super acidic, though. Eating basic food right after doesn't super work because acidic food tends to be a lot more acidic than basic food tends to be basic. Okay, so that's why a Tums is more powerful than cabbage. But still, it's just interesting. I think that the body is just a fleshy test tube. I do think it's funny that the Tums are like fruit flavored often, because I'm like, am I just eating strawberry flavored sodium bicarbonate at that point? The acidity of lemon juice is probably a lot more than the basicity of basic food. Oh, I'm sure. Lemon juice is so good, though. One of the things I miss eating that... I mean, granted, I can still eat it, but since Charlie has gotten their, like, gastroparesis diagnosis, granted, they probably shouldn't have been having it even before that, but is, like, chipotle corn salsa, because that's just, like, corn, red onions, and then just, like, a lot of, like, lemon and lime juice. And, like, jalapenos, but I don't care about the jalapenos. And it's so good. But Charlie can't have corn, and they shan't have lemon and lime juice. So no head. Guess not, pasta. Head? What head? She's referencing this Vine, where there's a guy, he's like, he has a skateboard, and he's on the phone, and he goes, so no head? And he, like, throws it on the ground and, like, breaks it in half. That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear you can't give head. Give or receive head, pasta. Alright, we're at 27 now. I was telling Charlie... Well, so Charlie played trombone in school. Have you gotten a shiny not realized and reset on accident? I mean, so I wouldn't know, I guess, if I hadn't realized. The closest I've come to that was when I reset over that Smoliv in Scarlet Violet. But I saw it, and I intended to catch it. I just accidentally picnicked over it. I assume that I have not reset over a shiny in this game, because I would hear it. I had a shiny fletchling fly away from me once. If that counts, but... in this game, as far as I know, especially doing these Amaura resets, I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if there had been a shiny, because basically the way that this hunt works is I'm doing 5 fossils at a time. Some people do more than that. Some people do like 30 fossils at a time. I am doing 5 fossils at a time, and I see them populate in the bottom left corner of my screen every time I do one, and I only do a reset after the 5th fossil. So unless the 5th fossil was shiny, and I just happened not to notice, I probably wouldn't reset over it, because I am seeing them show up each time in that bottom corner. So, like, the first 2 I already know are blue. Pasta wants to quit her job. Pretty sure if you have lost a shiny fletchling... Well, especially early on in the game, when, like, I was told, like, okay, like, shinies don't despawn unless they've run away. So I was just, like, running down the street, and I heard the shiny sound, and I watched the bird fly away. It was, like, didn't even give me a chance. I almost lost the shiny Esper that I caught the other day because I was just running through the city with no regard for anything. I ran past the Esper and I heard it sparkle, but Espers like to run. So luckily I saved before it tried to run and I was able to sneak up on it. But I was, like, convinced it was going to run from me. Thank you for educating me. You don't know much about shiny hunting, so I appreciate it. Yeah, so... this game in particular is the newest one in the Pokemon games. So the shiny hunting methods are kind of, like, just coming out for this game. Whereas, like, in Scarlet Violet, since that game is a few years old, like, people have kind of, like, figured out all of the different methods. But in this game, prior to the DLC that released a couple of days ago, there was no way to increase your shiny odds, really, above the base odds. So your base odds are 1 in 4,096. That's your chances of finding a shiny. There was really no way to increase those odds except for if you have the shiny charm, which I don't have. And even if I did have the shiny charm, it doesn't apply to fossils. It only applies to, like, wild encounters. But as far as wild encounters go in this game, there's pretty, like, straightforward ways to hunt for them. And something that this game does that none of the other games in like Pokemon history, as far as I'm aware, have ever done, is Spinies. Shinies don't despawn if you like walk away from them, basically. So I'll show you on the map in a second after I do the next reset. But basically, this game is set in a city much like Paris. It's based in Lumio City in the Kalos region. And there's a big like Eiffel Tower-esque tower in the middle of the city. And so this game is a spin-off to X and Y, which was set in the entire Kalos region, and Lumio City was just like one of the cities in the region. But if I show you the map, so here's like the center where like the Eiffel Tower is meant to be. The Eiffel Tower is a little bit exploded right now, don't worry about it. But the whole game is set in one city, which is all just centered around this big tower, whereas most Pokemon games are set in an entire region, and you start out in one town, and then you travel to the next town, and then you travel to the next city, and then you travel to the next place, and there's like routes along the way where the Pokemon are, and that's where you catch the wild Pokemon. If you ever played any games as a kid, like that's the structure that you would recognize. This game being all set in the city is there's usually not wild Pokemon in the city. They're usually outside of the cities. So what this game has is these wild zones, which are fenced in with like a holographic electric fence. And the Pokemon like live inside of these like fenced out zones. It's basically like miniature zoos, but you can go in and actually catch the Pokemon. And so each wild zone has its own like distinct Pokemon and like vibe to it. So in older Pokemon games, if you went into one of these zones and you found a shiny and then you left the zone, the shiny would despawn. Whereas in this game, if you leave the zone and come back, it doesn't despawn and it actually stays there, which is really neat because people would lose a lot of shinies that way if they didn't know there was a shiny in the zone and they left and then they came back and it would be gone. What this game also does that other games don't do, except for a couple of them like Legends Arceus, is it actually has a sound that plays when a shiny appears. It's the like sparkle sound that you've probably heard redeemed on my stream before. And there's also a sparkly, that's the sound. And there's also like a sparkly aura around the shinies. So first of all, they're overworld, which means you can see the shiny coloring before you encounter the Pokemon, which is also sort of new to the like Switch game era. In older Pokemon games, you had to encounter it before you would find out if it was shiny or not. In this game, that's not the case. So first of all, they are overworld shinies, which means if it's an obvious shiny like Amaura, where it's normally blue, but it turns white when it's shiny, that would be very apparent if I was looking at it. But in case it was a less obvious shiny, like Snorlax, who was just like a slightly darker blue, you might not know that slightly darker blue Snorlax is shiny, and so you might miss that. So the sound helps because it says, hey, there's a shiny, and then if you turn around to where the sound came from, you'll see the shiny in the overworld, and it'll have little sparkles that come off of it. So this game makes it very obvious that shinies are there so that you won't miss them. And if you do leave the area and come back, the shiny will still be there, which is actually really nice. So with all of that in mind, there are a few different ways to shiny hunt in this game that weren't really possible in previous games. So one of which is basically just like... loading screens in this game will spawn and despawn Pokemon as long as they're not shiny. So if I were to fly from where I am now to one of these other zones, I would get a loading screen as I traveled. And that loading screen would actively spawn in all of the Pokemon in the area that I was flying to and despawn all the Pokemon from the area I was in, except for the shinies. So because it doesn't despawn the shinies, people have found that you can just fly back and forth from area to area, and it cycle through the Pokemon really quickly so that you can, see that 4096 Pokemon that you need to see in order to get a shiny. So like, let's say that the zone that you're in has 20 Pokemon in it at a time. You can do the math, but if I fly out of that zone and into that zone, 100 times, what is that, like is that 2,000? I don't know how to do math. You can do the math. I can't. But you would see that many Pokemon that quickly, right? And then a similar method to that is there's I think it's like 2,000 to 2,500 resets. Yeah. That's clever. Yeah, exactly. And then a similar method to that is this game has a night and day cycle, which means that there is a loading screen that happens in between daytime and nighttime where all of the daytime Pokemon despawn and the nighttime Pokemon spawn in. And then when it goes from night to day, the reverse happens where the nighttime Pokemon despawn and the daytime Pokemon spawn in. So in certain wild zones, there's like ghost types that only spawn at night, or there's like Heliolisk is a Pokemon that only spawns. Oh, we got an alpha. Is a Pokemon that only spawns during the day, right? So because of the night and day cycle, there is a bench method that you can use. So there's benches all throughout the city. And if you sit on a bench, you have an option to sit on the bench until daytime or sit on the bench until nighttime. And if you sit on the bench, it triggers the loading screen between day and night and day. So if you sit on a bench over and 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 over again, you will spawn in, spawn out, spawn in, spawn out, spawn in, spawn out, all of the Pokemon in the area near the bench that you're sitting on. And thus, you might see a shiny faster, right? Especially if you're somebody who has a turbo controller, which is a controller where you can set it up to press the button basically by itself. So you can have a turbo controller set up to press A for you, and it would just have you you would just be spamming A and sitting on a bench, and that would be the whole hunt. Similar to having a turbo controller to do the bench method for you, there is a specific wild zone in this game, Wild Zone 3, that has a tower in it, and you can go up the stairs to go to the top of the tower and down the stairs to go to the bottom of the tower. And there is a loading screen that happens when you go up and down the stairs, which means every time you go up and down the stairs, you are effectively respawning and despawning the Pokemon in the zone that you're in. So, if you can attach a rubber band to your controller, or a hairband if you're me, you can have your character set up to go up and down the stairs over and over and over again, and reset the spawns in that area. So those are the 3 main shiny hunting methods in this game prior to the DLC. And then the 4th of which is what I'm doing now, which is these fossil resets, which inevitably take longer than everything else. Area 3 is my favorite zone because I can get one of my favorite shiny alpha Pokemon. Yes, so in this game and in PLA, there are alpha Pokemon. You just saw me look at one. Alpha Pokemon are just gigantic versions of regular Pokemon, essentially. They're more aggressive, they're higher level, and they're just big. So I have I don't even know what % chance. I don't know what my odds are of an alpha here, but every few resets, I end up getting an alpha on these Amaura sometimes. So, the alpha Pokemon are not always, but there are specific ones that are static, which means they're always there. It's like 1 in 100 odds you get an alpha. Okay, yeah. So one of the static alphas that is always there is an Alpha Litleo, which is like the little lion Pokemon. And he's right next to the stairs that you go up and down on that tower. So if you do that tower method, you are almost guaranteed a shiny Alpha Litleo. I have at least 2, I think. Yeah, these are my 2 shiny Alpha Litleos. This one is named Alex because Alex likes shiny Alpha Litleo so much. But yeah, still trying to figure out what Mon the A in the title is representing. I don't know if it is representing a Pokemon necessarily. I think the Z to A thing was just trying to represent like the climbing of the ranks from the Z rank to the A rank in the Royale. But I don't know, it might be for something. The Z is for Zygarde. There's not a ton of like A legendaries. I mean, you got what, Articuno. I don't even know what else. Never seen a scaled mon with that kind of scale pattern. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. The scale pattern I feel like just reminds me of Zygarde in his like snake form. Because he has like snake scales. Azelf, yeah. Articuno, Azelf. I don't even know. My brain is saying Amaura right now because that's a Pokemon that starts with A, but Amaura is definitely not a legendary. But yeah. But every game has its own unique shiny hunting methods, right? Like the bench is unique to this game. I don't think there's any other games with benches that function the way that the benches in this game function. In Scarlet Violet, they have sandwiches and picnics, which did not exist in any game before it, and only similar things exist now, like curry in Sword and Shield, and now there's donuts in the DLC for this game, which can increase your shiny odds. Don't ask me how eating a donut can increase your odds of seeing a shiny, but it can, apparently. But yeah, the only other thing that you can do to increase your shiny odds is to get the shiny charm. And the way that the shiny charm works is if you complete your Pokedex, and in this game in particular, you have to complete extra research in addition to your Pokedex, you can cut your shiny odds basically in half. I believe the shiny charm odds are 1 in 2048, whereas the real odds are 1 in 4096. So I don't have the shiny charm yet. I'm close. I am at level 47 out of 50 to get the shiny charm, but either way, it wouldn't work on this hunt, so it doesn't super matter to me right now. I think you've seen me throwing the picnics. You probably have. Before this game came out, I did a lot of my hunting in Scarlet Violet, which is why I have so many shinies in that game. Jesus loves Impreg on the 3-stream streak. Let's go. Not giving up on trying to figure it out. I believe in you. But yeah, the picnics are definitely a big thing in Scarlet Violet. The way that the picnics work is putting a picnic down and picking it back up will reset the spawns in the area. So you can, it's kind of like doing the bench resets or doing a fly reset in this game, where every time you start a picnic, all of the Pokemon in the area despawn, and then when you finish a picnic, new Pokemon spawn in. So, who's that Pokemon? Thank you for the biddies, Pasta. Fuck! So you could just spam picking up and putting down a picnic if that game didn't despawn shinies the way that this game does. But Scarlet Violet, the shinies despawn when you put a picnic down. So instead of being able to just like spam pick up and put down a picnic, you would have to put down a picnic, pick it up, look at the Pokemon around you, make sure they're not shiny, put the picnic back down. Because there's also no sound or like sparkly indicator for shinies. It's only the visual shiny. So that game makes it a little harder to do like fast resets. But the sandwiches help because you can make sandwiches that have different ingredients, and depending on the ingredients you put on the sandwich, it will make your odds of seeing certain Pokemon increase. So for example, grass-type Pokemon really like lettuce. So if you put lettuce on your sandwich, you're going to be more likely to see a grass-type Pokemon. And then there's also these fancy herbs that you can put on your sandwiches, and depending on the fancy herb, you can make it more likely to see shiny Pokemon. So if I made a sandwich out of lettuce and fancy herbs, I would see more grass Pokemon, and I would be more likely to see a shiny grass Pokemon. So if you make a good enough sandwich, you can cut your odds down to, I think, like 1 in 683, and then if you have the shiny charm, it's 1 in 512, which are about as low as odds go in most games, is 1 in 512. There are a few exceptions, like Dynamax Adventures in Sword and Shield. Those you can actually get your odds as low as 1 in 100, but it's because the Dynamax Adventures take like 20 minutes, so you're only seeing 4 Pokemon every 20 minutes. So it takes you 25 DAs to see 100 Pokemon, which is a lot when they take like 20 minutes. And then if you're doing chain catching in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, you can get your odds pretty low. The higher the chain, the lower your odds, pretty much, in that game. What else? There's some games where you can fish for shinies. Like you can put a fishing rod into the water and pull up shiny Pokemon. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl has a Grand Underground feature where you can kind of increase your shiny odds, but not really. A lot of games you can hatch eggs for shinies, and you can increase the odds of a shiny egg a couple of different ways. In BDSP, there's also a Poke Radar, which is actually an interesting feature. I've never done it to find shinies before because it's a little bit complicated, but the like non-complicated version of it is you use this little radar and it shows you in the grass in front of you where Pokemon might be, and if you can chain a certain number of the same Pokemon in a row, it might show you where the next shiny is. But it's really easy to break your chain using that method, which means you would have to start all over again, essentially, which isn't great. But yeah, every game has its own sort of unique method of shiny hunting, which I think is really cool, because I kind of figured it would just be like the same game to game, but it's actually not. And it differs quite a bit. So I've definitely come close to resetting over shinies in other games, but I don't think I've reset over any in this game. All right, but I have an ad coming up, so I'm going to go ahead and play that ad. You guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, do whatever you got to do. And I will see you on the other side in like 3 minutes. Okay, BRB. All right. Gamers, we are back. I had to do it on like TikTok and on Twitch. Okay. Thank you for the shiny luck. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. We're at 2760 now. 10:30. I'm hoping we'll get to 3,000. BRB. Okay, have fun on the toilet. Fossils. Yippee. TikTok, how are you guys doing? Are you guys having a good Thursday? I hope you're enjoying your Thursday over on TikTok. Alright. Twitch, I hope you're also enjoying your Thursday. I know there's a way to make like automated messages send in the chat on TikTok the way that I can on Twitch. And I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna have to look into it because I feel like that helps. That's what Min's chat does. Whenever she's playing Fields of Mystria, she has a message every like 10 minutes that says, "This is not Stardew Valley, it's Fields of Mystria." And she still gets people, even with that happening, she gets people coming into chat and going, "Is this Stardew Valley?" And she's like, "No, it's Fields of Mystria." And everyone's like, "Oh, well, they look so similar." And she's like, "Actually, they don't." Like, the pixel art style is completely different. They're two different games. At least no one's coming on here on TikTok and asked me what game I'm playing. It's weird because you can select the game as a category, but I don't know where you even see that if you do it on TikTok. I'm just trying to fulfill my quota of 3 streams that are 25 minutes or longer. I've been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes, so that's definitely longer than 25 minutes. Although I've only been live for 2:30 on TikTok because of the 10-minute starting soon screen that you guys get on Twitch, but still, that's 2 hours longer than I needed, if you think about it. Hello. Hi, Skymoth. Welcome back. Did you open your advent calendar today? Your digital one? I know you opened your physical one, but... You haven't? You'll have to tell me what you get. I gave Charlie a VTuber advent calendar where every day it's like a VTuber asset you can download. And it has had some really cute stuff in it so far. Do after stream? Okay. Oh. You signed up for the event? Oh, Glaxus thing? Yeah, sorry I freaked you out about that the other day. I lost track of what day of the week it was. I got a notification and I was like, oh shit, it's like almost midnight. And I was like, wait, they have till midnight, like the next day, not midnight this day. I did while you were walking Bruno. Nice. I'm excited for it. I feel like a lot of people are going to be hunting in ZA, and I feel like I'm going to want to hunt in ZA, especially if I can get my shiny charm. And I guess maybe with the addition of the donut thing in the DLC, that might make a difference if I can increase my odds that way. But like before the DLC, I feel like I would not want to hunt in this game for that. Because I would be dealing with like full odds. And like, yeah, I could just AFK hunt and then get 15 shinies in zone 3. But like, how would I even know what nature they are? I would have to catch all of them to figure out their nature. And then like, I mean, I guess the same is true in Scarlet and Violet, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. We'll see. I might hunt a little bit in this, a little bit in that. I want to complete one of the hunts on my bingo board, though. Well, I want to complete several of the hunts on my bingo board. But if you guys remember, in January, I made a shiny hunting bingo board, which was all of the shinies I wanted to catch before the end of the year. And the good news is I've already gotten bingo, like, at least in one direction. I knew I wasn't going to be able to black out the board because that was far too ambitious for the year. But I wanted to... One direction... I wanted to at least get, you know, one or two, like, straight lines across, or, you know, like a frame around the outside or something, you know. I knew I wasn't going to get a frame around the outside, actually, because the 4 corners were the hardest to complete, which is why they're on the corners. But ready to kick my old man's ass right now. Honestly, if he's being drunk and belligerent, I don't blame you. But there is a couple of Pokemon on there that I think I could reasonably get by the end of the year. And one of them is in Scarlet. And I think I could get it. Especially now that I have a Switch 2. Because hunting is even easier on the Switch 2 than it was on the Switch 1. But I want to make a video of me filling out the board, but I'm gonna have to really dig through old clips to make sure I even have the clips of me getting the shinies I need. You're welcome to borrow my copy. Well, I'm gonna have to. I don't have my own copy of Scarlet, and even if I did have my own copy of Scarlet, I would have to beat the game to get the shiny I want. And I don't really have time for that. So yeah, my plan was just to borrow your copy like I did last year when I hunted for Roaring Moon. I borrowed your copy back then for that. My hair's like in my eyeballs. And obviously you can use my copy of Violet whenever for whatever. If you get an inkling for like a shiny iron boulder or iron bundle or something. Not iron boulder. You would not be able to get a shiny iron boulder, but a shiny iron bundle. Or Iron Valiant or something. I feel like the Paradox Pokemon in Violet are just like so lackluster compared to the ones in Scarlet, though. Like, if I'm honest. And I picked Violet, but I definitely like some of the stuff in Scarlet better. I do have Shiny Bagon on my list, who I could get in this game or in Scarlet Violet. Been this way for almost my life. I've had to put up with it for like the past 12 and a half years. Ugh. I'm sorry. That's one of those annoying things when, like, your parent is supposed to be the one, like, setting an example for you and, like, being a role model and, like, taking care of you, like, raising you, teaching you how to, like, be a human person. And if your parent is, like, I'm not saying your parent is specifically, but, like, if your parent is just, like, a shit person, then they just raise you in a shitty way. And, like, a lot of times that puts pressure on the children in the household to mature and, like, if they have younger siblings, take care of the younger siblings, or, you know, deal with one parent or be the middleman between your two parents. Like, I've seen, like, you know, teenagers have to come in between their parents to keep them from getting divorced or to convince them to get divorced. And, like, you know, I had a friend in high school who, like, her stepdad was very much like not a cool person and like had to basically like keep him from like abusing her mom, which is like crazy. And it's like it sucks because it's like those are the people that are supposed to be there for you and they're literally making your life harder. He's a shitty dad. I don't doubt it. I don't. Like, obviously, like, I don't want to, like, bash on your parents if I don't know them. And I'm very quick to bash on people's parents because I feel like so many people's parents are shitty. Like, and I think it comes from, like, I don't know. I'm just, like, hypercritical, I think, of that kind of stuff. Like, I have good parents, but they were also shitty at times. And I was able to call them out on that behavior and be like, hey, you're being shitty right now. And sort of have them be like, oh shit, like we're being shitty right now. But it's like when you have shitty parents that don't know that they're shitty parents and you tell them that they're being shitty parents, a lot of times they'll just get defensive and be like, well, I put a roof over your head, so how dare you, you know? I had so many friends with terrible parents before. Yeah. I mean, you know, one of my best friends, their dad is like the worst and they finally got divorced and then their mom got with this new guy who was like relatively okay and then turned out to also be like the worst. So it's like, wow, mom, you really know how to pick them, you know? But it's like, it's one of those things that sometimes you don't pick up on until you're older. And when you're a kid, it's like your parents are all you've ever known as far as like what parents are. And you don't know like that other people's parents aren't maybe treating them like that. And sometimes you figure it out, right? Like, you go over to your friend's house and you just get treated a lot better by their parents than you get treated by your own parents. And then you're like, wow, I want to be at my friend's house more than I want to be at my own house. And that can definitely like do something to your brain, I think, to realize that. Because like, again, your home is supposed to be a safe space and like your parents are supposed to be like protecting you and being there for you and looking out for you. So it's a weird feeling to be like, wow, I don't want to go home. Like I would literally rather be anywhere than with my parents. My parents' house was a hangout house and a safe space for all of our friends. Yeah. And like, that's one of those things where it's like, I'm the last person in the world to say something like this. So I'm going to sound like so hypocritical with these words coming out of my mouth. But like, that's one of those things where it's like, you really have to be thankful that you have like that kind of relationship with your parents and like that your parents were a safe space, not just for you, but for your family and for your friends. And like, obviously that doesn't mean that your parents are perfect. And like, I know that they come with their own baggage and, you know, they had their moments, I'm sure. But like, again, I'd rather have good parents that have been shitty and like, I can call them out on their shitty behavior and say, hey, this is shitty. And then be like, you know what, you're right. Than shitty parents that are just shitty all the time, you know, grateful for it every day. Yeah. Like, because, you know, obviously I'm part of you guys' family now. And like, you know, Robin, you're as much my sister as, you know, you're more my sister than my brother is my brother. And your parents, I feel like, are almost as much my parents now as like, as my parents are. And I feel like, you know, like Gigi and Paul, like, I feel like they're my grandparents too. And like, you know, have I had moments where I disagree with your parents? Absolutely. But like, I have never felt like they were not good parents to you guys, you know? And definitely have never felt like they are not good in-laws to me. I mean, they literally just helped me and Charlie buy a laptop. So like, I am very grateful to your parents for being the way that they are, because I've said this before on stream and probably to you guys out loud, but like one of the things that my mom told me when I was like, you know, getting into dating and stuff was like, whatever you do, if you're going to marry somebody with good parents. Because my mom fucking hates my dad's parents. Well, mostly my dad's mom. And she was like, whatever you do, get good in-laws because you're going to have to spend the rest of your life around them. And the last thing you're going to want is like shitty in-laws. Because my mom doesn't like my dad's siblings or his parents. Or at least his mom. She liked his dad before he died. But like pretty much the rest of my dad's family, my mom does not super enjoy being around. But my mom also didn't really like her own parents or being around her own family. My mom's like boyfriend's parents were who she spent most of her time with when she was in high school. And even as an adult, she's still friends with her ex-boyfriend's parents. You've seen a person with a mole just perfectly right above their nose. Put their sunglasses on there because I know a friend who does that. It makes me laugh every time they do it. I mean, I was with you until the part about the sunglasses. I have seen people with like sort of perfectly placed beauty marks or sort of like perfectly placed moles and things like that. The like Marilyn Monroe style beauty marks. But I can't say I've ever seen anybody like put their glasses on it. But I am one on the kind of where a necklace would sit. This is true. But yeah, I definitely lucked out with not only your parents, but like your grandparents, not one of them, but the one pair. And like your siblings and like even most of your cousins, at least the ones that I've met, you know, like I haven't really met a member of your family sans your mom's parents that I didn't like. And like that is pretty impressive because there are more members of my own family that I don't like, you know. And like obviously I know that you have, you know, your other side of the family that I don't see that that you don't like as much, but even still it's not really the cousins as much as it is the rest of them. From what I've heard. But I have two like really really good cousins that I love. That one of them was in my TikTok live on Tuesday. Shout out Kayla. So I have them two that I really really love. And Charlie I think gets along well with those cousins. Yeah. And then I have a few other cousins on that side of the family that I like and that are fine and that I enjoy being around, but we're just not super close because there's just an age gap there. And then I have some cousins I just don't really talk to all that often, but like they're fine. I have an uncle that I care about a lot, but he's just a little bit awkward to be around for like certain reasons. And then I have a sort of kooky aunt, but not in a bad way. I mean, sometimes in a bad way, but like mostly not in a bad way. Then I have a MAGA aunt, so she's kooky in a bad way. And then my MAGA aunt has one child that I really like, who's actually getting married and invited me to her wedding. And then a son that I don't really ever see. Oldest of all my cousins by almost 2 years. Yeah, I'm pretty smack dab in the middle. I'm closer to the younger side, if you include like all of my cousins, but I'm pretty close to the middle. You do have a couple of interesting aunts. They couldn't be more polar opposite too. The aunt on my dad's side is completely like hippie leftist, does probably not anymore, but like, you know, the type of person to like do shrooms, like totally kooky, totally tie-dye, probably into like the Grateful Dead and, you know, similar bands of their time. And then I have my aunt on my mom's side who's like totally Republican, totally stuck up Christian. Like she posted something about like vaccines causing autism a few weeks ago, and I'm like, your son is literally autistic, but okay. And the thing about that aunt that pisses me off so bad, which I think is what pisses people off about MAGA a lot in general when it's like in your family, is that aunt was nothing but good to me when I was a kid. Like, she was, you know, I didn't see her all that often, but whenever I did, she was super loving and super fun to be around and super kind, and, you know, never gave me any negative vibes. And my mom obviously loves her because it's her sister. And like, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of like sisterly beef, but like nothing, you know, nothing crazy prior to, you know, Trump. And then it was like, I don't know, she just got crazy. Like, I'm sure she was always a little crazy and I just didn't see it, but like she really got crazy. Love the hippie one, but sometimes OMG, LOL, but she's always been kind and loving to me. Yeah, I mean, she says out of pocket shit for sure, but it's usually like woke, like based weird shit, you know? Like she'll say something that'll like make my jaw drop, but I'll be like, honestly, you're right for that, you know? My mom has compared me to that aunt many a time in my life, and be like, God, you are just like your Aunt Laura. And I'm like, okay, that feels backhanded, but like, again, she's a little bit more kooky than, you know, perhaps would be ideal, but like, I don't mind. Out of the three of them, I don't mind, you know. I know my mom means it in a bad way, but I don't super take it as an insult. But yeah, I mean, listen, if I had to put my Aunt Laura and my Aunt Robin in a space together, she would wipe the floor with my MAGA aunt. Genuinely. Like, hands would be thrown, I fear. She's one I'm always excited to see at functions. Yeah. She always has something to say and like something to provide and something to add, you know? So, and then I have just like a very neutral aunt on my dad's side. She's not related, so I think that helps. But the two cousins that I am like really close with, their mom is like, she's very like, I mean, she's definitely like more like liberal than Republican. She's definitely not as liberal as my other aunt. She is definitely more reserved, more quiet. She has opinions, she just doesn't always say them. But she's always super nice. She's just like kind of shy, I think. But like very, very middle of the ground aunt. Or like middle of the road, not middle of the ground. Middle of the road aunt. Laura sure isn't reserved? No. No. But again, here for it. Yeah, again, like not in a bad way. She's kooky, but she's woke. She's based, you know? She's a little weird, but so am I, you know? Has she done some questionable things? Absolutely she has. But, you know, haven't we all? I think my mom just likes to dunk on her because she's like, for lack of a better word, like kind of a bum in my mom's eyes, where she doesn't really do much. Like, I don't think she has like a super like well-paying job or even like a super like full-time job. She lived with my grandparents for a while before my grandpa died because she was being a caretaker for him, which is a good thing. Was she doing that because she didn't really have anywhere else to go? Maybe. But it was still nice, you know? Did she probably do drugs when she was like, you know, in her 20s? Probably. It was the 70s. What did you expect her to do? Well, 70s, 80s, I guess, because she's younger than my dad. So. But anyway. Like, yeah, sure, she listens to punk music and, you know, like, smokes and whatever. She's just based. Isn't she the youngest in the middle? I think she's the middle, because Roger's the baby. And my dad's the oldest, obviously. If he doesn't exude oldest child energy, I don't know who does. I think the thing about their dynamic as a group of three siblings is that my dad is the oldest. My dad is successful. My dad has a nuclear family. My dad, you know, retired to Florida and he's living his best life. my dad is always the one who gets called if something happens. If my grandma gets hurt, if somebody needs to be bailed out of something, if somebody needs money for some reason, like if someone needs to go to the airport, it is always, always, always my dad. And I think that that was something that like kind of pissed my mom off for a while, because it was like, God, can't anybody else do it? Like, we're busy, you know? I think them moving to Florida helped with that, because now nobody can ask him to take them to the airport. I mean, he'll still find a way, but I think in her eyes, they rely on him a lot, which is true, I think, to a certain extent. But, like, the thing about the other two is, like, my aunt is the, you know, the kooky, lives in a van hippie type. And then his youngest sibling is, you know, just divorced, alcoholic, just went through a lot, you know, not really his fault, just circumstance, basically. So they just, you know, it was my dad's job, basically, to get him, you know, back into rehab. And then when he would eventually, you know, fall back off the wagon, it was just a loop of back to rehab, back off the wagon, back to rehab, back off the wagon. And again, that's not his fault. That's what addiction is like. That's what being an alcoholic is like. But I think it was a lot of relying on my dad. And I think my mom could see that it was kind of chipping away at him to have to be the one to deal with all of that, especially after their dad died. It's like, then they don't even have their dad to go to anymore. And not even after he died, really, because like before he died, he was starting to lose it. You know, he was old and sick, and he had Parkinson's, and, you know, he was starting to not remember and stuff like that. So like there was a good while where their dad wasn't really somebody they could go to for help. So then it was like, well, if we can't go to our dad, we have to go to, you know, our brother. Because again, my grandma she's like in a home, so she's not super reliable either. And my dad is. I always wish I got to know him before he got sick. Yeah, I wish that you could have too. He was the best. He was very sweet and very, like, the kind of grandpa that you just like want to sit on the lap of when you're a kid. And they lived right on the water. They lived on the river, and he had a boat, and he would always take us out on the boat when we were kids, you know, out on the dock fishing, out kayaking. He was so like full of life and energy. Like, you wouldn't believe it seeing the way that he was, you know, at the end of his life, but he was so full of energy and so full of light and so like sunshiny, and like he is where Laura gets it from. Like, his energy is where she gets her energy, you know. My dad is very much his mom. Laura is very much her dad. The same way that I was like, quote unquote, like a daddy's girl when I was little, I'm sure that Laura was a daddy's girl when she was little, and I'm sure that my dad is a mama's boy. You know. So yeah, I don't know if I have any like good like photo evidence or video evidence rather of him, but at least you get to know Grandsan, because Grandsan is like the best. I mean, they both were, but she has, you know, everything that he, you know, had. She has it, you know. That's what made them a good couple. Is it's always funny when I think of my grandpa and my dad's. So my dad's dad and my dad's mom got divorced, and then my dad's dad married another woman, who is my grandson. And I can't wrap my brain around my grandpa being married to my grandma. Like, bless you. There's like, in my mind, there's no way. They're so different. They're so different. I can't imagine them having ever been together. And I just, like, I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't alive, so I don't know how they were together. But apparently they were. Obviously, they had 3 kids together. And, you know, raised them before they got divorced. Haven't got to meet him all though. Yeah. I mean, I know it was kind of unfortunate when you did, but you know, you were around for some of the better of the end stuff. Like, were you at the were you at the Thanksgiving? Or was that before? That might have been before your time. I don't know, but you were at the Christmas dinner that we had. For some reason, my Twitch censored Pookie. I feel like that's not the first time that that has happened. And I don't know if they think it's like a... Oh, we got another alpha. Like a euphemism for something? Like, if they think it means like coochie or something? I think your event ends in about an hour. Yeah, well, so it lasts for like the length of stream, basically. So I have 35% off subs for like 5 hours today or something while I'm live. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Twitch thinks a Pookie is. I don't know what their deal is. I'll have to see if I can find any of the footage from my cousin's wedding. I probably don't have it still because they got divorced. But I took a bunch of footage the day that my cousin got married. I just don't know what happened to it. It might be on an old drive somewhere. But yeah, we're almost at 2,900. So I think we should be able to get to 3,000 tonight. So I'm going to head out, I think. Okay, thank you for hanging out, Robin. It was good to see you. I'll see you again relatively soon, because we'll be... Charlie, don't we have to go by the house to pick something up? So we'll probably see you. If nothing else, we'll see you for bingo and then for Christmas. Or at least one of those activities. I don't know how your stomach be, but we'll see you for sure at some point. Alright, yeah, 2850. So we just need to do what, like 150 more to get to 3,000, and we have like an hour. We have 50 minutes, so I think we should be able to pull that off. Maybe. I don't know, I'm bad at math. Depends on how many we've been doing in an hour. The thing is, not all 2,852 of these were on my Switch, because I briefly did them on Charlie's Switch at the same time. And I would have done that tonight too, but they got a Switch 2, so it's on their Switch 2 now, and I have a Switch 1 dock and a Switch 2 dock in here. I don't have two Switch 2 docks in here. So, really you have to axe, like, I don't know how many, like a couple hundred off of this number to account for the ones that are on Charlie's Switch. But, no, you're good. I mean, if you wanted me to do them at the same time, I could literally just have your Switch in front of me. It just wouldn't be on screen. I finally put the stuff that I that I wanted on the Christmas lists that I had. I had a bunch that were like, I'll put this on later, and then I just never did. And I actually put them on now. Stocking stuffers and such. Because I wanted to get... I was really hoping I could get something like Zygarde themed for my Switch 2, because I thought it would be cool to have like a Zygarde case or something. Something black and green, or like a Zygarde Pro Controller or something. But there just like weren't any online. There were like controller skins, but not like actual controllers. But I did find a really cute Gengar one, and I do love Gengar. So I have a Gengar Pro Controller on my Christmas list now. There's also a really cute Evolutions one. And Charlie, I'm pretty sure I already put the Eevee one that you wanted, but there's a super cute Evolution one too. My dad mailed me something for you, and I haven't even opened it. I don't even know what he got you. It's just out there. I need to pack it or like wrap it for you for Christmas, but I just didn't do that yet. So I have no idea what my dad got you. And then I have what my dad got my cousin. And then I ordered something also for my cousin. Christmas time is fun when my parents live in Florida because they come up to Virginia from Florida for Christmas, but they usually fly. So they're like, hey, we have a bunch of Christmas gifts for you, but we're going to mail them to your house and you have to wrap them. And it's like, gee, thanks, guys. Like, I get why they do it, and it's totally fine. It's just really funny being like, yeah, let me just wrap my own presents. The problem is, they're all just addressed to me. So sometimes I go to open something that has my name on it, and then I take a look inside, and I'm like, I didn't order this. But I asked for it. So I fear this is a Christmas gift, and I've just opened it. I did that with one of the things this year, but I noticed before I actually saw what it was that it wasn't something I had ordered. I just, like, looked at the shape of it, and I was like, that's not something I ordered. But it's like, I have a million packages coming to the house this time of year, so, like, you can't expect me to know what's what. Especially because one year, well, I guess last year, it was the only year it could have been. Last year, my dad sent me my Palpitoad Sitting Cutie for Christmas. And I went to go get it off the porch, and it had been stolen by our evil neighbor. And I never know what happened to him. Because my dad, like, contacted the company, the Pokemon company, and was like, hey, we never got this. But they were like, technically you did. And it's like, this is true. But can we have another one? Luckily, it's, like, not that high, you know, value of an item, but it was high value to me. What does my evil neighbor want with a Palpitoad Sitting Cutie? Nothing. She doesn't even know about Palpitoad, I bet. And how dare she? Alright. Trying to see if I can get us to 2,900 before the ad I have coming up. But if we can get to 2,900, I think we'll be good. I think that we will easily get another 100 in. I mean, because what? It's 20... If I'm seeing 5 of them, what is it, 20 resets before I see 100? And I know that it takes 7 minutes to see 30 fossils if you're not doing resets. So it probably takes, like, closer to 10 minutes maybe longer to see 30 fossils now. So, yeah. Hopefully we'd be able to see, like, close to 90 in half an hour. And if we could see 90 in half an hour, we can see 100 in half an hour. But, like I said, math's hard. I don't know how to do math. Also, I'm probably not clicking at top speed here, but... I can always put on Coconut Mall for the last, like, 5 minutes. That has obviously never failed me. Just ask our Spotify Wrapped. Yippee. Sorry, I'm not saying much. I'm like focused, and the later it gets, the more I'm just like, give me the shiny. Here, what's the topic of conversation? What has happened in the last few days? Not much, really. Just Tori being here, eating our chicken taquitos. I don't know what else. Charlie and I made each other advent calendars, and we've been opening them for the past few days. And so far, my advent calendar has been a gift card for our favorite sandwich place and a bunch of tiny little gummy Krabby Patties. And I fucking love gummy Krabby Patties. And they make them for, like, every holiday. They make Easter ones, they make Halloween ones, they make Christmas ones. The Krabby Patties do not miss. I also have a bag of gummy eyeballs that I got for Halloween. They were, like, on sale after Halloween because nobody wanted the gummy eyeballs. Gummy eyeballs are, like, one of my favorite foods. Not this particular brand of gummy eyeball. I feel like they're okay as far as gummy eyeballs go. But I just love the concept of gummy eyeballs. Like, let me show you guys these. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's an eyeball. Like, what do you mean? And that's a snack? The texture of eyeballs just, it seems edible. I feel like you should be able to eat eyeballs. I mean, I guess you can, technically. Like, I think you could eat human eyeballs. Probably wouldn't taste nearly as good as the gummy ones, though. That's what I think. Here, wait. I'll get this one out of the package. I'll show you guys. Gummy eyeball. If it'll let me open it. There we go. Does it look like an eyeball? They're so silly to me. They're different flavors too, but I'm not sure what they're meant to taste like. That was a blue one. There's also red ones. Yeah, there's a red one. And then there's orange ones too. Blue eye stare, yeah, that's what you look like, Charlie. I think I like the red ones the best, flavor-wise. The blue one's good. The orange one's kind of weird. Orange eyeball. I can't tell if the orange one is orange flavored or what it is. I don't know what any of them taste like, to be honest. This is a red one. Yeah, I don't know. They're good, though. I can't argue with gummy eyeballs and gummy Krabby Patties. I truly like anything gummied. Gummy bears. Gummy worms. Gummy frogs. Gummy, like, peach rings. Gummy snake. Gummy sharks. I love gummy sharks. I don't know what it is. I think it's just like the blue on top with the white on bottom. But like, gummy sharks are phenomenal. I like the rainbow gummy sharks too. They're a little more nonsensical because they're rainbow, but I like it when things are flavored. Like, Swedish fish are good, but the rainbow Swedish fish are good too, because then there's different ones. Okay, yeah, we're making good time to get to 2,900 before the ad. Because we have like 15 fossils left in 15 minutes. And we're definitely seeing more than like a fossil a minute. Now I want more gummy eyeballs, low-key. What a fun snack. I still have Halloween candy on my floor. Like, I genuinely still have Halloween candy. Because I get all of my Halloween candy like a week after Halloween. So. Okay, I feel like I have an uneven number of different colored ones. I feel like more blue than anything else. I eat things in a very autistic way. I have to eat, you know, them in order. So I have 4 red ones, but I only have 3 orange ones, which means I need to eat a red one. And then I have 5 blue ones, so I really need to eat a blue one. I have to have 4 of everything. That is the only way. But there is an uneven number of eyeballs. Which just does not do. Everyone knows you have to have an even number of eyeballs. The average person has 2 eyeballs, in fact. I wonder what the serving size on eyeballs is. How many eyeballs can you eat? Balls. You're so right, Charlie. Here, what's the serving size? 5! Okay, that's about how many I just ate. Okay. I'm not eating over the serving size of eyeballs. Dang, you can really eat 5 eyeballs at once, huh? That's pretty crazy. 5 whole eyeballs. I have balls? I guess you're right. At least 2, do you think? I don't know. My hair's like getting in my eyeballs. My hair is like kind of fucked up because the fun thing about the hair dye is like you can see that obviously my roots have grown in quite a bit. Since dyeing my hair last year is the last time I bleached it. Well, it was this year, but like at the very beginning of this year is when I bleached my hair. So the roots, as you can see, have grown in like a lot since I bleached it. So I really need to bleach it again, but I just keep dyeing over the existing dye. And then cutting my hair when it gets too long and starts to get in my eyes. And then just cutting it again. So the thing about that is that I start to cut the green off slowly over the course of time when it gets in my eyeballs. But if I do it like this, I look kind of bald. I'm sadly also not a hairstylist. Yeah, there's only so much Charlie can do to cut my hair for me. Like, they can cut my bangs and they can, like, shave my sides and stuff. But they can't really, like, do layers or, like, thin out my hair. We were at Sally's today getting hair dye. And I was like, dude, we should buy some thinning shears because that might actually help. Because my hair is so thick. I definitely need some weight taken off of it. But there's also no point in getting my hair professionally re-dyed because it's wintertime right now. So I'm going to be taking warm showers in the winter because I'm not going to take cold showers in the winter. And then when spring hits, you start going to the beach and stuff. And that is, like, not good for your hair dye. So, like, I feel like it wouldn't make sense for me to dye my hair until like March. And at that point, I'll probably have grown all the green back out of it. I'm thinking about doing something like kind of funky with my hair next time. Like part of me is tempted to just like split dye it again because that is like what I'm, what I've had for the past year. And like the art that MG drew of us like is the split dyed hair and stuff. And I liked it when Charlie and I had split dyed hair together because it was like really cute if we put our heads together. Like we could either make the colored sides touch or the like dark sides touch. But Charlie's thinking about doing like an ombre thing for their hair instead of a split dye thing. Or if they do a split dye thing, they're thinking about changing the colors of the split dye. So if they split dye again, I'll probably split dye again. If they do ombre, I might do something funky. I was thinking about doing like a mix of dark green and light green instead of like a mix of green and black because I feel like black and green would blend weird together. But I was thinking about like having it go from like an emerald green to like a neon green because I think that would look cool. Almost like frosted tips, but instead of frosted, they're green. Like do green roots and green tips, but like different shades. Okay, wait, we're at 2,900. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run the ad now, and then we'll just try to speed run 100 after the ad. And that is what we shall do. So, during the ad, you guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, do whatever you got to do. Twitch, I will see you on the other side in about 3 minutes. TikTok, you guys just hang tight. All right. BRB Twitch. Welcome back from the ads or from the BRB if you're on TikTok. Let me see how everybody's checks on Twitch went. We've got 100 fossils to go, so we gotta go fast. We got 30 minutes and 100 fossils. Charlie is 83% EP, 97% gay, 52% smelly, 94% chaotic, and 51% cute. I would say the cute is low. Everything else seems probably pretty close to accurate, I would say. All right. Sky, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Did my little gift goal thing go up on TikTok? 70% froggy as well. I don't know how that thing actually works. Did it go uppies? Is it even still there? What happened to it? I had a goal. Is it there? Oh, it's back now. Oh, it did go up. Okay. Well, thank you for the rose. I need to figure out how to configure the alerts on TikTok, because I feel like that's supposed to make a sound or something, but I don't know if it actually does. Or not. Green? What green? Me green? Green. Also, hi to the new people that came into the live. I hope you're having a good Thursday. If it's still Thursday where you are, it might be Friday where some of you are. You're talking about the hair dye, so I was saying the meme. Oh, yeah. Green. What's your favorite color? Green. My favorite color really is green. Can you tell that from the everything about my stream? You guys never would have guessed that my favorite color is green. Green is just objectively the best color, and anybody who doesn't think so is wrong. Wrong. It's one of those colors that, like, scientifically is good. You know what I mean? Like, red is, like, scientifically not good for your eyes and, like, your brain. Like, red makes people, like, more angry and, like, more hungry and, like, you know, it's, like, physically hard to look at if you're looking at, like, something bright red. But green is, like, the color of nature. It's calming. Green light can help migraines. Green light can help your skin. If it's like a certain type of green light. And it's just pretty. It's the color of frogs. It's the color Politoad is. Everyone always asks me if my favorite color was green because frogs were green, or if my favorite animal was frogs because they are green and my favorite color was green. And I'm like, you know, I don't know which was first. I think my favorite color being green probably came first, just because I feel like kids maybe have favorite colors before they have favorite animals. Like, I feel like you're more drawn to colors than you are specific animals. Like, I feel like you learn your colors before you learn your animals. So I probably liked green before I liked frogs. Is there a possibility that I like frogs because they're green? Maybe. But Frogs come in every fucking color, dude. There's blue frogs, red frogs, orange frogs, yellow frogs, like brown ones. Oh, wait. I heard the sound that time. It's corn. A big lump with knobs. It has the juice. It has the juice. Dude, I miss that audio. I miss Corn Kid. I hope he's doing well. And a high bear. Thanks for the... Oh. Ah! We completed my gift goal. And a new goal was unlocked, says TikTok. What is my new goal? Oh. It's many. Thanks for the gifts. Can you imagine a more beautiful thing? You're awesome. No, you're awesome. And we're at 168 likes on the live. So if we get one more like, we'll be at 169 likes. Which is obviously the funny number. Yippee! We got one more like. Now we're at 169 likes. Thank you for the wow, Alex. Now I know how impressive it is that the other day I helped one of my friends get to 80k likes on her live.
You know what that means.
Because when I got there, they were at like 75 something, and I was like, I could probably tap the screen like 1,000 times. But 80,000 is a lot in perspective now. I'm happy to just get 8 likes. I wonder how many likes it would be, like, if you cookie clicker style just tapped the screen for the entirety of, like, the 4 hours that I'm live. Like, what would that, like, what would it add up to? I'm not saying anybody should actually do that. I just mean hypothetically. It would be an interesting text. Pookie, watch Till talk for a minute. Oh, it's a corgi booty. How did you do that? Corgi butt cheeks. I thought I was going to actually have to look at my live, but it actually happened in chat. Which I didn't know that it would do. So that was cool. I didn't know if it was going to be something that was just going to show up on the screen. Oh, it upped my goal to 20 from 17, or from, not from 17, from 5. It's funny because I made my goal 5 at the beginning, and then I had 1 out of 5 for a while. And I was like, well, that was probably a good goal. And then it, like, shot up to 17 out of 5. And I'm like, well, that's not right. Oh, it binged again. I'm learning what the little sounds on TikTok mean. Are you guys, like, seeing an alert, like, on the screen when you do that? Is that, like, popping up on y'all's end? Because I have alerts set up, I just don't know if they're visible. Like, I don't know what they look like. Gift for you. Thanks for the gift, Pookie. Because I had it set up that it would send, like, a little Bulbasaur, I think, if people followed or something. But I don't know. Now it says I'm at 316 out of 20. That doesn't seem right, because I was at 17 out of 20 a second ago. How do they calculate the gifts? Because that seems like, I don't know. Oh. Arby's beef and cheddar followed. Hell yeah. I love Arby's. Their fries are so good. Like, I fuck with Arby's hard. Is there a way to, like, squinch this? Oh, there is kind of a way to squinch it. Okay. We have crinkle fries, too? Do you? I haven't been to Arby's in a hot minute, because, they're not super celiac friendly. But the curly fries are so, dude, so good. I'll have to try the crinkle fries, though. I'm also vegetarian now, so I'm not, like, super into roast beef, but I'll get fries and a milkshake. I don't know if they've upped their vegetarian game in the past little while. Oh, see, now it upped my goal to 330. Or 350? I can't tell. 3 something. And I'm at 325. It's the amount of coins spent? Oh. So... Are the coins like bits, so it's like $3.25? Because each individual think that you sent wasn't 300, but some of them say like the I'm ready thing says it was times 10. I don't know the exact... Okay. Well, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know when it goes off. Like, I'm hearing the sound. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how they work. It makes like a little doorbell sound, and it makes like a little bloop. Each of those was 1 coin. Because it says Sky sent its corn, but then it says times 44. So like 44... 44 corn? You sent 44 corn. Okay. I see. Well, thank you for the 44 corn. It's corn. A big lump with knobs. Okay, we're halfway through the time, but we're not halfway through the fossils. So we gotta... Looks like a coin is a little more than a penny. Okay. Yeah. I think it hasn't caught up yet on my end, because it says that the estimated, like, amount for this is $1.44. But if the coins are more than a penny, then it would be less. Like, if it's like a penny and a half or something, then 2 coins would be 3 pennies. By that logic. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll actually look up how TikTok works. Right now I'm just trying to get my, like, my 3 TikTok lives in so I can get full live access. Because right now I'm on, like, the limited trial access thing. Which last time I had the trial, it, like, kept taking down my streams. 20 coins or 29 cents. Okay, interesting. But it gave me a referral code, and it said I could make like $100 if somebody else started streaming on TikTok for, like, the trial thing. So maybe I can try. Well, that's what I was thinking. I can help you set it up if you want. I think that sky would look good vertical because you're like a VTuber. But, like, if it gives me $100 for referring you, I'll split it with you. 50 for me, 50 for you. I don't know how much you have to do to actually earn the money. Like, I don't know if you just have to go live a certain number of times or if you have to, like, have any amount of success. But may as well be worth a shot anyway. I mean, I've only gone live on TikTok twice since this, like, new attempt at going live on TikTok, not including the old times I tried to go live on TikTok. And I have literally already made, like, $15 from my last live and at least a couple of dollars from this live. So, like, close to $20 for 2 streams seems like not terrible. I've definitely made less than that on Twitch. Although, again, I'm not sure if that $15 actually goes to me. It just said that it was a $15, like, estimated amount. So I don't know if that's actually how much I made, but... Now if we both stream on TikTok, yeah. Well, I feel like streaming on TikTok would be something very easy for you to do, because I don't think people expect TikTok lives to be as long as Twitch lives are. I feel like... I go live on Twitch for like 4 hours, but I feel like TikTok live people aren't usually live that long. Or maybe they are. I don't know. You could craft... Well, we used to go live on Moss and Mott's every like 1,000 followers, and we would do like a crafting live stream. I feel like we didn't do one for 3K because it was when TikTok was briefly down. But you could always do like Sky with a hand cam. You know, it would be really funny. I realized in my head this wouldn't work. But I was like, what if you did a hand cam, but instead of hands, you had paws? And then I was like, I don't know how you'd craft anything with paws for hands. And I was like, oh, you could do gaming. And I was like, I don't know how you'd WASD with paws for hands. Hand cam, but the hands are paws, but the paws can't do anything. I think that's a moneymaker idea right there. All right. They make fingerless gloves with toe beans. They do. That's super cute. Maybe that's what you should do. Hand cam, but it's fingerless gloves with toe beans. I like your beans. All right, we're almost halfway now, but it took us like 20 minutes to get like 45. So my math was a little teensy bit off, but I think that we can still pretty easily get to 3,000 before the end of the night. I don't mind going an extra few minutes. My dog might mind a little bit because I need to let him out after stream, but he can hold it. He's a camel. Go, Pookie, go. I'll put Coconut Mall on when we're in the final stretch. I think that Coconut Mall helps me go faster. And I put my Spotify in a private session today to see if it would, like, exclude it from Spotify Wrapped. And I specifically put on Stream Beats Lo-Fi, which I don't usually use because I don't really care about DMCA. But because I'm on TikTok, I didn't know if I could get taken down for copyright on TikTok easier than I can on Twitch. So I made sure that I put on DMCA Stream Beats. But we'll have to see if any Stream Beats show up on the Spotify Wrapped because I was specifically put them in a private session. So we'll see how the private session goes, because I'm pretty sure there's an option to exclude like entire artists from your Spotify Wrapped. In which case we could just like make Stream Beats completely excluded, but then we would still have Coconut Mall on the Spotify Wrapped. Oh, we got another alpha. All right, yeah, we're at 2950. So We get to lock in for the next 50. And then my back kind of hurts, so. All right. Was the thanks, Pookie, to me saying I like your beans? Pookie, guess what? What, Pookie? Oh! Corgi butt again! I like him. I like his butt. Corgi butt for you. Thank you. I miss my corgi's butts. It's too bad they can't come with my parents. Hydrate. Alright, I've got a little bit of gator juice left. So I shall. That was for you, Alex. I guess it was you liking my beans. Good. Obligatory, if you're on TikTok and you're not following me on Twitch, the link is on the screen. And if you're on Twitch and you're not following me on TikTok, you can do !socials and you can click the link to follow me on TikTok. Because I'm currently live on both of those places. And it's kind of silly to me. Oh, the doorbell rang again. See, now I feel like 5 was kind of a low goal because I'm at 670. Oh, 670. Ah, shit. Do you think that joke goes over well with the TikTokers? The gun emoji. You were real for that. No, that was deserved. Fuck no. Yeah. I'm not proud of it either. I'm not I'm not proud of who I've become. Thank you for the likes on the live. We just hit 200 likes on the live. Let's go. I appreciate you guys liking me. People don't normally like me. /J. Oh. See, that's the funny thing about this is I just hear sounds, but like I don't know what they mean. But I just trust that something is happening. All right. I could probably go like this. Yeah. I have so many copies of myself in front of me right now. All right. See, I see like a notification come through, but then I'm like, what is it? Oh, Sky sent dolphin, and then Rose, and then you're awesome. Thank you for the dolphin, Rose, and you're awesome. You're awesome. And you get a rose also. You're awesome. All right. It's midnight now. We have like 35 to go. So hopefully that won't take us too long. It should take us like just over like 10-15 minutes. Which should be fine. Okay. Okay. There we go. I had to like rearrange my screen some. Thank you for the heart me. I heart you. You guys, am I doing it right? Remember when those like NPC TikTok live people were a thing? Are they still a thing? Do you guys know? I should just do that. I should just act like an NPC on TikTok live. I don't think it would go over well with my Twitch chat, but I think it'd be funny. They are. Nice. Anime is an important part of our culture. Oh, we're at 2969. Will it shine on the funny number? No. It'd be silly if it would have. All right. Charlie, on TikTok, how well can you hear the game and or the music? Because I added music today, which I hadn't done last time. Good. Okay. It doesn't show me on my end. I have an audio mixer, but it only shows me my mic. It doesn't really show me the rest of the audio and like how loud it is. It doesn't show me like decibels or anything, which is like, again, I wish I could just go live on TikTok straight out of OBS. I don't know why I need to use a live studio for it, but as long as you can hear both and they're not like too quiet or too loud, that is all I really care about. Now it says we're 69% of the way to our goal. Good. Keep it like that. No more, no less. I'm just kidding. You can give more. You can't give less. All right, we're about to be in the final stretch, people. We're about to be 25 away. Coconut Mall time soon. You are so right, Pookie. It is about to be Coconut Mall time soon. What should my incentive for Coconut Mall be? How many likes on the live for Coconut Mall? We're at 274 right now. 400. Okay. 400 likes on the live and I'll play Coconut Mall. Charlie immediately starts spamming likes. We're already at 300. You're gonna get to 400 in like 2 seconds. Make it 500. 500 likes on the live and I'll play Coconut Mall. Make your fingers work. Alright, yeah, we're at 400. Get to 500, Charlie. I believe in you. Charlie's like, I want to hear Coconut Mall. We're at 450. Oh, alright, we're at 500. Alright, let me finish this reset and then I'll put Coconut Mall on. They're still going. We're at 550. They say, I don't care. You're welcome. Thank you, Charlie. You're my #1 supporter. My TikTok live says so. It says that you've given me 719 is what it says. 719 what? I don't know. But you've given 719. Alright, one more and then I'll put on Coconut Mall. Because we are in the final 20 after this one. Alright, let's see it. No shine. Okay. Coconut Mall it is then. 10-hour version. Alright. We coconutting. We mauling. Turn that shit up. Look at the likes. You got me to 1,000. Double Coconut Mall for you. Thank you, Pookie. Coconut Mall a little loud. Aw. I turned it up because I got excited. Oh yeah, now it's actually showing up on my audio mixer. Is that better? I got excited about Coconut Mall. Nah, I like it loud? Oh, okay. We like it loud! Swiss reference. Oh. Oh, I actually saw the alert come up that time. Okay, so it is doing it. I wasn't sure what it, like, looked like. But that one was a little Beavis, right? I wonder what decides, like, what makes it Beavis and what makes it not Beavis. Yeah, because this is about like a 2-minute long recording of Coconut Mall. So how many Coconut Malls will it take for us to get to 3,000? Right now we're on 1 Coconut Mall. Did I miss any shinies? No, and you're just in time for Coconut Mall. We got to 1,000 likes on my TikTok live, so I'm playing Coconut Mall now. Coconut Mall? Yeah, from Mario Kart. I deserve 2 because I doubled 500. Exactly. It played once, and now it's playing a second time. So you're getting double the Coconut Mall. Only played it maybe once. I've played Mario Kart a good bit, but Coconut Mall is just a banger tune from the game. Like, Coconut Mall just bangs. Oh, no. There was like user 2815 blah 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 in the live and then they disappeared. Goodbye. All right, we have 10 to go. I think it'll be 3 coconut malls. Oh, we got another alpha.
Well, I gotta get to 1500 then.
Doe with a 97% Froggy. Charlie spamming up the likes for Coconut Mall. Yeah, hit like if you like Coconut Mall. Send this to your friends to totally Coconut Mall them. Get Coconut Mauled. Gotta get it to 1500. Well, you're at 1106.7 right now, so. Alright, we're on our third and probably final Coconut Mall. So, give it all you've got, TikTok. I'm watching it on Twitch. I can't like. No, you're good, though. I don't know what the equivalent of, because the GIF spamming is like bit spamming on Twitch. I don't know what the equivalent of liking the live is on Twitch. I guess just sending emotes, because it's free. Just send the best heart emotes you got, Doe. Or any dancing emotes if you got them for the Coconut Mall. That's the equivalent of liking. Is emote spam. Alright, we're 1 minute into the 2-minute song, and we are 5 fossils in. We are on our final 5 fossils and our final lap in Coconut Mall. Charlie, you got to 1500 on the likes. You're actually at 1514. Five fossils to go. We've got like 40 seconds left on the song. 1.5k, let's go, Pookie! It's less specific on my end. Yeah, it's very specific on my end. It's 1514. Yeah, there you go, Doe. That's what we like to see. Alright, I've got like 10 seconds, but I think I still need to do like 2 more fossils. It might not be perfectly timed, but... Alright, there we go. There goes our Coconut Mall. Alright. And we just have 2 fossils left that aren't going to make it on the Coconut Mall. Any luck? Not so far, and we've got 1 fossil to go. Because we're at 2999. And we just played Coconut Mall, so... Alright, let's see it. Nothing. Bummer. Alright, well... Thank you guys so much for hanging out, regardless. No shiny today, but we will keep looking on Thursday alongside our Veltal DAs. Baby cat trying to eat a confetti cake cupcake? Baby cat, no. Don't do that. Alright. Oh, whoa. Wrong thing. Okay. So, Twitch people, you can follow me on all of my social medias. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky. TikTok people, obviously follow me on twitch.tv/self_titled. You can join our Discord. We do a question of the day every single day, and we also do a movie night and a game night once a month. So I think next weekend we're doing the I don't know if it lets me send links in TikTok, but there's the link regardless. I think next weekend we're doing a movie night. So join the Discord for that. You can use my code selftitle10 for 10% off of your advanced GG at checkout. They just released some more in their SLEEP line. So if you're into that kind of thing, go check it out. If you're not, don't. And you can visit our coffee shop. We have candy bead bracelets. We've got crochet plushies. We've got crochet accessories like scarves and headbands and stuff. You can also subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is at self-titled. I just posted a new YouTube video on there earlier this week, and I'm very proud of it, so go check it out. Let me find someone to raid on Twitch. TikTok, I'm going to say bye to you because there is no raid on TikTok. I don't know. There might be a raid function, but I don't know what it is. So you guys, I will see you soon. I will be live again Sunday night at 8-ish Eastern Standard Time. It was good to see all of you on the Tickle Talk. And I will see you next time. All right, later TikTok. All right. You just got shiny Amaura? Alex, do you hate me? See, this one says I only made 282 this live, but the other one said I made 15, so make that make sense. The most gifts was Sky, and the most watch time was also Sky. But somebody named Mikey Loves PTV was also here for an hour, so shout out Mike. But yes, Twitch people, let me send you guys away. I never noticed your tattoo before. Yeah. Oh, I bonked the microphone. This is... Oh, how do I... It's because it's hard to show to the camera. This is my tattoo. It is in Japanese. It's kind of hard to read from this angle, but that is the tat. They have two. The other one is on my leg. You guys have probably never seen that one because of the fact that it's on my leg. And I don't show you guys my legs much. You might have seen them when I was in my Gengar cosplay, but other than that, you probably have not seen the one on my leg. All right, let me see who is live playing Pokemon. Oh, 2D Casual is live, of course. Ada, Nora. Oh, I see this girl on TikTok all the time. I don't know if I've ever actually... No, I have. Okay, I was gonna say, I see her on TikTok all the time, but I was like, I don't know if I've ever rated her. But I have rated her. Okay. Who else? Oh, this person's doing a Wild Zone Showdown. I know people that are participating in that. I might send you guys over there because I know the person hosting that competition. Oh, they just got a raid. Oh my god, we can double raid them. Okay. Oh, Gibbs is over there. Wait. Gibbs just came in with that raid. That's so funny. Okay, go say hi to Gibbs, you guys. Okay, let me go ahead and get this raid set up. That's so funny that they just got a raid and Gibbs came in with it. That is so funny. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over to Shine Patrol, who is playing ZA. They're doing the Wild Zone Showdown, which is a shiny hunting event that's happening right now. I wanted to participate in it, but I had too much on my plate to sign up for it. So you guys go over there, give them your love, say hi to Gibbs. And yeah, I will see you guys next time. I'll be live again Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern time for DAs and more Amaura resets. And yeah, have a great rest of your time zone. Alex, I will hydrate for you. You guys stay hydrated. Take care of yourselves, get some rest, do whatever you got to do. And I'll see you next time. Bye. Good night.